if you are not aware of Power BI, Power BI is a tool which is created by Microsoft, which is launched by Microsoft in the year 2016, around 2015 and 2016. Microsoft launched Power BI, which is a tool which is used for data analysis and reporting. If you don't know how to install Power BI, it is a simple process. Power BI works only for Windows operating system. It is not yet available for Mac OS or any other operating systems. Just open Microsoft Store and search for Power BI. If you search for Power BI, there will be a first application called Power BI Desktop. Just click on install or get here. As I install, it is showing open. If you are new for installation, it will show some option called get or install. If you click on that particular button, it will automatically install Power BI. Once you install the application and if you open the application, the user interface of Power BI will appear like this. If you open Power BI for the first time, user interface of Power BI will be like this. Okay, once you open Power BI, what is the process you want to do? As a Power BI developer, what are your responsibilities? Let us see what is the work of Power BI developer and what is the architecture or process of working with Power BI. When it comes to Power BI, the main purpose of using Power BI is data analysis or business intelligence. In Power BI name itself, the BI means business intelligence. Power BI is used for data analysis or business intelligence. The architecture of Power BI is the working process or the complete process of using Power BI is Power BI is used to fetch data from multiple sources. If you have data in any of the source like Excel, SQL, SharePoint, any websites, there are more than 150 data sources available for Power BI and more than 100 data sources are available in beta version. They are still in trials. Once they are successfully tested, they will be implemented as well. As of now, there are more than 150 data sources available to fetch data into Power BI. Let us consider there are few data sources like Excel, SQL, and some other data sources like let us consider Power Platforms. Any of the Power Platforms, we can connect data from any of the Power Platform into Power BI. Okay. After this, what we are going to do? This will be the raw data. The data that we are going to import into Power BI will be the raw data or unclean data. Unclean data. This is also called as OLTP data, online transaction process. Whatever the data that is gathered by business or collected by the business during their transactions or during their business process is called as OLT. The collected data will be stored in one particular data source like Excel or SQL or any of the Power Platforms or any of the online cloud platforms like Azure, Synapse, Databricks, whatever it might be. From those sources, we will fetch data into Power BI. And after fetching the data into Power BI, we are going to do the process called ETL. ETL, which means extract, transformation, and loading. The full form of ETL is extract, transformation, and loading. Extract means extracting the data from source and transforming the data into a suitable and clean format, cleaning this raw data into a format where we can analyze that particular data and loading back this particular data. After cleaning the data, we have to load back that particular data into Power Pivot. Before discussing about Power Pivot, how we are going to do ETL processing. In Power BI, there is an inbuilt tool which is called as Power Query. This Power Query is also available in Excel, but in Power BI also the same Power Query is available, which is used for ETL process. Now, after cleaning the data using this Power Query, we are going to store this particular data in in-memory database of Power BI, which is called as Power Pivot. We will discuss about what is in-memory database and how it will store the data and all the details in further process. But after transforming the data, we will store that particular data in Power Pivot. In Power Pivot, we will create the data model and we will enhance the data model for further analysis or complex analysis. This enhancement of data model will be done in Power BI by using a functional language which is called as DAX. The full form of DAX is Data Analysis Expressions. By using this particular functional language, we will enhance the data model by adding additional calculations to do further analysis. When it comes to this DAX, the functions which are available in DAX will look similar like Excel functions, but these functions in Power BI will work based on the data model. The performance of the functions and the workability of the functions in Power BI will differ because of the data model. When it comes to Excel, we will not have any data model and we will do calculations directly. That's why the performance of Excel calculations and the workability of Excel calculations will be different. And the workability of DAX calculations will be different. DAX is a functional language which is available in Power BI, which is used to enhance the data model. After doing these particular things, what we are going to do? We are going for Power View. Currently, our screen, the background screen which you are seeing is in Power View. This Power View is the process where we will create the reports or dashboards by using the visualizations. In the right side of the page, you can see a lot of visuals which are available in Power BI. By using all these particular visuals, we are going to create reports or generate reports in Power BI. Once we created the reports in Power BI or we designed the reports in Power BI, we are going to deploy those particular reports in Power BI service. This Power BI service is a Azure-based cloud platform. It is a Azure-based cloud platform which is used to share the reports with business users or end users. It is actually a collaborative environment where you can share that reports, you can provide the access. There are multiple types of access which you can provide based on restrictions. You can do all these things in Power BI service. All these steps are the work which are going to be done by Power BI. First, he is going to extract the data into Power Query. If there are any transformations required for that particular data, they will be done in Power Query, and the data will be loaded back to Power Pivot. Once the data is loaded back to Power Pivot, Power BI developer must create a data model, and to enhance that particular data model, if there are some columns or some data available readily for the calculations, we can use that calculations directly, or we can use that particular columns directly. If there are some enhancements required based on the data size or something, we will enhance that particular data model by using the functional language called DAX, or data analysis expression. Once we enhance the data model, or if we create all the calculations that are required in Power BI using DAX, then we will create the report, or we will create the visuals based on the calculations. There are different types of visuals which we can use based on the requirements. Once we create those visuals, we will deploy the reports into Power BI service, or we will publish the reports into Power BI service to the workspaces. This Power BI service is a Azure-based collaborative environment where you can share the reports and deploy the reports, and we can do few other works. We are going to see about these particular things in detail. Let us start with our first step, which is nothing but of get data. Actually, this get data, transformation of data, and loading the data, everything here comes under ETL, which will be taken care of Power Query. We can import data into Power BI directly from Canvas or report view. Once we open the Power BI, directly from Power BI homepage, we can load the data. But if any transformations required, we can open Power Query, and from Power Query also, we can load the data into Power BI. Let us discuss about loading data into Power or Power BI. In into Power BI, we can load data either from home page in Power BI application, or we can go to Power Query. If we want to go to Power Query, we have to click on the option called Transform Data. And once we click on the option called Transform Data, it will navigate to a new page, which is called as Power Query. Let me click on Transform Data and show you. We click on Transform Data option. It will navigate or open a new page, which is called as Power Query. Let me expand this particular screen. I hope you can see my screen completely. This particular page, which is open right now, is called as Power Query. Let me close it. If you want to go to Power Query, you have to click on Transform Data. We can load the data either from Power BI homepage or from Power Query. In Power BI homepage, by clicking on Get Data option, you can connect to the data from any of the data sources. We have one more option where we can fetch data from Power Query. I will show you how we can fetch data from Power Query. Even whether we are loading data from Power BI or Power Query, there are multiple modes of data where we can get the data into Power Query. There are different modes of data. There are import mode, direct mode, and live connection. We have three different modes of data. Based on these three different modes of data, we can import data into Power BI based on our data source or based on our requirement. When it comes to the import mode, if we are using import mode, the data will be completely loaded into Power BI. For example, if you have Excel as a data source, and if you want to connect that particular Excel sheet into Power BI, then we will import complete data which is available in Excel sheet, and we will load that particular data into Power BI. Here, Power BI will store data. And when it comes to import mode, it is the quickest mode. It will work very quickly as it is storing the data directly in Power BI. We will use import mode whenever we have a small or medium sized data set. If we have a data set of 100 MB, 200 MB, or 300 MB, up to 500 MB, even sometimes up to 1 GB. If we have data set less than 1 GB, then mostly we will prefer to use import mode, which will be very quick. When it comes to next mode, direct query. First, we have to check what are the sources that supports direct. Direct query mode is supported by SQL Server. SQL Server is a SQL tool or application, which is a Microsoft tool. If we are having data, if we are having data in SQL Server or Synapse Server, Synapse is nothing but of Azure cloud-based Microsoft SQL Server. If you have same SQL Server in Azure cloud, then it will be called as Synapse. If you have data even in Synapse, in these particular cases, then mostly in databases, then we can connect that particular data in direct query. We can connect to that particular data in direct query. If we are using direct query mode during the connection, then we will not store data in Power BI. Data will not be stored in Power BI. Data will be stored in database only. Through database, we will connect data directly to the report. We are not going to store any data in Power BI. Through database, we will directly connect the data to the report. Whenever we refresh the data or whenever we add the data to any visual, data will be loaded from database and fetched into Power BI, and it will show the output into the report. We will use direct query whenever we have huge data set. If we have huge data set like 2 GB or 3 GB size data, and if it is taking lot of time to refresh that particular data set, for example, if we have 1 GB or 2 GB data in our data set, if we just try to refresh that particular data set, it will take huge amount of time. It will take 1 hour to 2 hours just to refresh the data. If we have that kind of complexities, to avoid them, instead of importing data into Power Query, we will just connect the data from the database itself. If we have huge data sets, then we can choose direct query. But direct query will be supported only for the few data sources, especially it will be mostly supporting for databases and some of the Microsoft related cloud platforms. Direct query will be supported. The third mode of connection is live connection. If you have data in Power BI dataset, you will understand what Power BI dataset is in further sessions. But if you have data in Power BI dataset, and if you are connecting data directly through Power BI dataset, for example, let me explain you now itself. If we publish this particular report, let us consider we created a report and we publish that particular report in Power BI service. And when it comes to that particular report, in Power BI service, that report will be published in two different parts. First part is visuals, where you are going to have only charts, and second part is data, where you are going to have only data. In dataset, you are going to have data and data related things like data model calculations, whatever you have done. All those things will present in dataset, and only the visuals, the charts that you created, will be present in visual part or report. Whenever you publish the report in Power BI service, one report will be stored in two different files. One is dataset, second is visuals. In this particular dataset, for example, you are creating one more report where you are using the same data. By using the same dataset, you are creating one more report or a different report. Instead of loading data into Power BI once again, or instead of creating data set, or instead of getting data, doing all the transformations which are required once again, we can reuse this data set directly from Power BI service. We can connect to Power BI service through live connection, and we can reuse this data set in a different report directly. If we are creating one more report based on the same data, by using live connection, we can connect to that particular existing data set, and we can work on that particular data set directly. When it comes to this particular live connection, we can use live connection from data sources like Power BI service and SSAS cubes. SQL Server Analysis Services cubes. If we are using these data sources, then we can connect the data through live connection. These are the three modes of loading data into Power BI. Let us load some data into Power BI. Let us check how data will be loaded. Let me go to transform data and open Power Query. Transform data, and again I clicked on transform data and Power Query got open. This is a ETL tool which is inbuiltly available in Power BI. Here, if I want to add any data into Power BI, here I have option called new source. If I click on new source, automatically it will show some sources. Like these sources are mostly used sources in Power BI. Excel workbook, SQL Server, analysis services, text or CSV files, web, like that there are multiple other sources. If we click on more, it will show all the 150 data sources which are available as well. More than 150 data sources are available. Even some data sources of beta versions are available. If you can see, there are some data sources which are still in beta version. They are also available. In future, they will be converted as fixed data sources. As of now, let me connect the data to MySQL. If I search here for MySQL, it is showing MySQL database. If I click on connect, it is asking me to provide server name and database name. As I am using my local system database, like I am storing my database in local system only. That's why my server name will be localhost. If we are using any cloud-based servers, they will have a different server name. If we are using any on-premises server, they will have a different server ID. As I am using the database which is stored in my system itself, server name will be localhost. And I am having a database called classic models. Let me give the database name. I will provide this particular data set for you, don't worry. If I click on OK, Power BI connected to the database which is available in my local system, and it is showing the list of tables which are available in that particular data. If I click on each table, the data which is available in that particular table will be previewed in the right side. You can see the preview of the data in the right side. Let me select all the tables. I selected all the tables and clicked on OK. If I click on OK, all the tables will be loaded into Power Query. Now, let us try to understand what are the functionalities or what are the parts which are available in Power Query. In Power Query, the first part is query pane. This is the first part. In the left side, we have query pane, where we have list of tables that we loaded into Power Query. Here we can load data only from single source, or we can load data from multiple sources as well. Even if we want to load data from 3 or 4 data sources, then also we can load that particular data here. All the list of tables will be shown here. In Power Query or in Power BI, tables are called as queries. We will call tables as queries. This is the first part of Power Query. When it comes to second part, which is nothing but of data preview. Here, if you click on any tables, currently it is choosing products table. Classic models is the database name and it is choosing products table. If you click on any of the tables here in this data preview pane, the sample data will be previewed. By default, Power Query will preview only 1000 records or 1000 rows. Here, if you see at the bottom, column profiling based on top 1000 rows. It will directly preview 1000 rows. Why it is loading 1000 rows means, whenever if we apply any transformations, to apply the transformations very quickly, first it will apply the transformation only for the first 1000 rows and it will show us the preview here. For example, if we do some transformation on this particular column, if this data have like 10 million records or 20 million records, it will take some time to apply transformation for all the records and it will take some time to show the output. Instead of doing that, Power Query will apply transformation only for first 1000 rows very quickly and it will show the preview of the output. If you see the preview of the output, you will understand whether the transformation is done correctly or not. Based on the output, you can load the data. Whenever you click on close and apply, which is available here, then in that particular case, the transformation will be applied for complete dataset or complete table. Initially, transformation will be applied only for first 1000 rows. When it comes to third part of Power Query, you can see there are a lot of options at the top. Currently, we are in home page. There is transform page, add column, view, tools, help, and there are a lot of options that you can see. That particular portion is also called as a ribbon. In ribbon, you will have all the GUI options. GUI options which are available in Power Query. GUI means graphical user interface. all the UI options or all the buttons which are used for transformations will be present in ribbon. And fourth thing is query settings or query properties. Query settings or query properties. What you are going to see here means the most important thing you are going to see here is applied steps. Fourth part is query pane, or query settings or query properties, whatever query settings. In left side we have queries, in right side we have query settings. Here you are going to see applied steps. Whatever the transformations that you have done in Power Query, one by one, all the steps will be stored here. For example, if I rename any column, one more step will be added as the rename column. If I change the data type of one specified column, one more step will be added. If I remove one particular column, one more step will be added. If I removed one row, another step will be added. Like that, all the transformations that we are applying in Power Query will be stored here in the applied steps. This is the fourth option which is available in Power Query user interface. And the fifth option or the last option which is available is formula bar. Power Query is not only a tool or ETL platforms that will work based on GUI, which means the options which are available here. We can also use mQuery in Power Query. mQuery is a case sensitive language which is used to do transformations in Power Query. We can do transformations either by using GUI options, which means the buttons which are available in Power Query, or else if we know mQuery program how to write the code of mQuery, then we can use this particular mQuery feature also. Here, whatever the steps that we are having or we have done in Power Query, for that particular steps, formula will be displayed in formula bar. Even if you want complete mQuery of this particular table, for example, here, this is the table or products table I am displaying as preview here. If I want complete mQuery for this particular table, I can click on advanced editor option, which is available in Power Query. It will show me the complete mQuery. These are all the things which are we discussed about what are the parts that we have in Power Query, like queries, ribbon, data preview, query settings, and also formula bar or advanced editor, which is used to see the mQuery. Now, let us see, like there are couple of applied steps which are applied by default. These two are the transformations which are done by Power BI automatically. There are two different steps. If you observe once, if you load the data into Power BI or Power Query, there are two different applied steps which are already existing. One is source and second one is navigation. Let me show you what they are. First, let me click on source. When it comes to the first step, MySQL just Power BI just connected to MySQL and it entered into source database. It is displaying all the tables which are available in source database. There are tables called customers, employees, offices, order details, orders, payments, product lines, and products. All these tables are there. It is showing all the list of that particular tables which are available in the source, which means our database in MySQL. Once I clicked on navigation, what it did means it entered into the specified table that we select. out of all the tables in the database, I choose customers table as the first one. It entered into, it is navigated to that particular customers table. Okay, this is fine. It is showing the table properly. It is displaying the table properly in data pool. But let me connect to one more table, which is available in Excel one. Let me choose the table called merge queries. In merge queries Excel sheet, let me open it. I'm connecting to another table which is available in Excel as data source. From that particular Excel sheet, I am connecting to department table and employees. Let me load these particular two tables. Okay. Now those two tables are loaded and are available now. You can see department table and employee table. Both the tables are available in Power Query. Now, if I check to these two particular tables, especially for department table and employee table, if you see in the right side applied steps, there are four different steps applied. When it comes to classic models or customers tables, there are only two default steps applied. When it comes to department table, there are four different steps applied. Why this particular thing happened means, when it comes to databases, when it comes to SQL or any other databases, we will store data in proper data types and in a proper tabular format, which consists of column names and all. In databases, we will store data with proper data types and also with proper column names and all. But when it comes to Excel, Excel is a spreadsheet application where we will fill the cells. That's all. We will not create a proper table, structured table with proper column names and all. Just we will fill the sheet. We will fill all the cells which are available in Excel sheet. That's all. Now, if I click on first step called source, it went to the source Excel sheet, and in that particular Excel sheet, there are four different pages. In that Excel file, there are like five different sheets. There are employee, department, years, months, and one filter database. There are five different sheets. Among that, as I am choosing department table, in the second step called navigation, it is navigating to departments. If you see in the second step, for column names, it is taking column 1, column 2, and column 3, because it is not detecting that first row is the column name. It is not detecting that first row consists of column names. It is considering it as values only. Automatically, Power BI will sense that as the data present in that particular table is of multiple data types, but first row is only of text data type. If you see column names will be mostly of text data type. When it comes to the values can be of multiple data types. By using this particular logic, Power Query will detect the data type of each column, and what it will do is first row it will consider as headers. If you see in third step, it is promoting headers. Even if you see that particular step name, it is giving step name as promoted headers. If I click on next step, the first row will be promoted as headers. After that, in the fourth step or last step, it is arranging the data types. If you see promoted headers, if you choose any of the column, here it is showing ABC123 as data type. If you see, by default, ABC and 123 is showing as data type, which is representing any of the data type available in Power BI. Even if you see at the top, I choose column called department number now. At the top, if you choose data type, it is showing as any. Data type is any now. We can choose any of these data types, but by default, whenever we load Excel sheet, first it will go to source, and it will give the list of all the sheets. If we go to Excel file, it will give the list of all the sheets which are present in that particular Excel file, and it will navigate to that particular sheet which we are selecting in the second step. After that, in third step, it will detect the header. If header is of text data type and present in first row of the table and data is of multiple data types, it will detect that particular first row as headers and it will promote that particular first row present in the table as header. You see in navigation, it is showing the table now, but first row is not promoted as headers. But in the next step, it is automatically applying the first row as headers. It is promoting first row as headers. And now the data types for all the columns are any. Even though Power BI knows the data types, it didn't change the data types for all the columns. By default, they are any now. Now in the fourth step, Power BI will automatically, as it detected the data types, it will apply that specified data types. In four different steps, Power BI is fetching the data from Excel as a source. But when it comes to database, in database, it is only using source and navigation. It is not using next two steps. Because in databases, we will automatically give the column names for each and every attribute. But that's why by default, column names will be given. Here, Power Query need not to promote first row as header because already headers are given in database. Column names are given by default. Here, Power Query need not to promote first row as header. And also, we will give proper data types in database by default. While creating some tables in SQL or any other databases, we will give that specified data types for each and every column. That's why while fetching data itself, it will apply only two steps. It will just go to source and it will navigate to the table that we are referring. But when it comes to Excel or similar kind of file database, file data sources like Excel, CSV, or text file, these kind of things, Power BI by default will apply four different steps. First, it will connect to the source. After that, in source, in an Excel file, if there are multiple sheets which contains of multiple tables, it will navigate to the sheet that we are pointing out. After that, in that particular sheet, it will detect the headers automatically and it will promote the headers. And after promoting the headers, it will give the data types for each and every column automatically. All these steps by default will be applied by Power BI. Remember this particular point. Whenever we are connecting to database, only two steps will be applied. Whenever we are connecting to any Excel or CSV files, four steps will be applied. After that, if you want to check, like here I have some list of tables. I have tables from database and also I have tables from Excel. If I want to check where these tables came from, after loading the data into Power BI or Power Power Query Editor, if I want to check where these tables came from, we can just go to View tab, which is available in ribbon. I just went click on View tab, and in View tab we have an option called Query Dependencies. Query Dependencies. If we click on this particular Query Dependencies, it will show how each table is derived from. When it comes to all these tables are derived from localhost classic models, which is nothing but of our MySQL. When it comes to these department and employee tables, they were connected from this particular merge queries Excel sheet. It is giving complete overview where these tables came from. Even if we have lot many tables, by using this query dependencies, we can easily find out what is the source of that particular tables. Okay, now I clicked on classic models customer table. Classic models is a database name and customers is the table name. In this particular table, at the bottom, I can see how many columns are present in that particular table and how many rows are there. There are 16 columns and 122 rows. If you observe, it is displaying how many columns are available in the table, the specified selected table, along with the number of rows. If I click on employees table, 12 column and 23 rows. Similarly, offices tables, 10 columns and 7 rows. Order details table, 7 columns and 999 plus rows. By default, what Power BI will do means it will give preview only for first 1000 rows which are present in the table. If you have more than 1000 rows in that particular table, if you see at the bottom, it is displaying column profiling based on top 1000 rows. It will by default display only the first 1000 rows. We can ask Power BI or we can choose an option to give complete profiling based on entire data set. Like we have an option to choose all the records present in the table as well. But it is not recommended. Why? Because if we load any table into Power Query and if we are applying any transformations, what Power Query will do means it will apply the transformations based on top 1000 rows only. For example, if you are applying some complex transformation, it will apply only for top 1000 rows, which means applying for top 1000 rows will take very less time. It will be done very quickly and it will show you the data preview or output preview here. Once, if you see the output preview, for example, let me apply one particular transformation. Don't worry about the transformation, but just observe what Power Query will. I have a product code which consists of like some characters. There is an underscore between S18. I am considering S18 as first part of the text and 1749 as the second part of text. I want to divide these first three characters into a separate column and next remaining characters into a different columns. Not only first three characters, if you observe, S700 is there, which means here there are four characters before the underscore. Based on the underscore, I want to divide this particular product code into two different columns. The text before underscore will be in first column and text after underscore will be in the next column. For that, what I will do means I will split column. I will split based on delimiter. Delimiter is nothing but of separator. Here I am choosing custom delimiter. By default, Power BI check the delimiter available in this particular column and it is giving underscore as the delimiter and I will click on OK. It will divide that product code into two different columns. If you see product code 1 and product code 2. Here, even if you check the applied steps, split column by delimiter, it split this particular column into two different columns. After that, it is changing data types also automatically. If you see product code consists of alphanumerical value, like it consists of both text and number value. That's why it is taking it as text data type. And product code 2 have only number values. That's why it is taking it as number data type. It will auto detect the data type based on the data which is present in the column and it will give that particular specified data type. Now, if you observe, this step happened or this step completed within the fraction of seconds. Why? Because here Power Query is applying this particular step only for top 1000 rows. If I want to implement the same step for the whole table, I have to click on the button called close and apply. Here at the top, I have an option called close and apply. If I click on close and apply, now it will apply that particular step into Power BI. See, now it is loading. Whatever the transformation that we have applied, we loaded department table, employee table as a new tables, and also we applied some transformations to classic model. Now it took few seconds and it applied that particular transformation to complete table. Now, if I see that particular table, orders table here, I can see product code 1 and product code 2 as two different columns. In the data preview here also, in data pane, I can check product code and product code. Product code 1 consists of alphanumerical values and product code is only of numerical type. Let me go back to Power. This is how Power Query usually works. Initially, even if you have millions of records, it will apply the transformation only for first 1,000 records and it will show you the preview. If transformation is okay for you, if you feel that the transformation which you did is correct, then you can click on close and apply. Then after clicking on close and apply, the transformation will be applied for complete table for all the records present in the table. Let me go to order details table. If I want to remove this particular transformations, for suppose I want to remove this change type, I don't want to have this particular transformation. If I want to delete that particular transformation, I will remove that transformation by clicking on into mark, which is available near applied step. Let me remove split column by delimiter as well. After removing change type, you can see both columns are as text now, ABC and ABC. Let me remove split column by delimiter. Now I removed all the steps and I got my product code column back. This is how Power Query works usually. It will apply the transformation for first 1,000 rows. Then when we click on close and apply, it will apply the same transformation for whole data set. This process will happen only to optimize the performance. If you are applying lot of transformations, for each and every transformation, it is taking lot of time and taking lot of uh, loading period to apply that particular transformation for each and every step in Power Query itself, then performance will not be optimized for it. That's why Power Query will apply transformations only for based on first 1,000 records only. After that, when we click on close and apply, same transformation will be applied for whole data set. Okay. Next, let us check about the data types which are available in Power. For each column, when it comes to Excel as data source, for each column, Power Query is automatically detecting the data types and it is changing the data types automatically. Let us see what are the data types available in Power Query. To check the data types, we can click on the data type name which is available near the column. For example, here I have D name, which means department name column. If I click on ABC here, department name is a text data type. If I click on ABC, it will show all the list of data types which are available in Power. We have decimal number, fixed decimal number, whole number, percentage, date or time, date time, duration, text, true or false, or binary as data types. When it comes to, if you want to check these data types in some other place as well, you can in home tab, you can go to transform and you can click on drop down near data types. Here by default, as this column is text column, it is showing as text. You can see the list of all data types. When it comes to decimal number, it is nothing but of normal number which have some decimal values like 1.5, 1.25, and this decimal number data type can be used in roundings. If you want to round up or round down this particular decimal number data type value, we can do that. When it comes to fixed decimal number, it is not allowed in rounding, especially during any secured values or any money related or financial related values, we will use fixed decimal as data. When it comes to whole number, it is normal number. Department number is normal whole number. When you have any percentage values, then you can choose percentage as data type. After that, in date related thing, we have date or time, date, time zone, and duration. We have all this date related data types. When it comes to text, we have only text as the data type. When it comes to true or false, we have it as a separate data type. In some scenarios, you will get some flags, like you can have value which is true or false. Throughout the column, you will have only two values which are called as true or false. When flag is true, you have to do some kind of analysis. If flag is false, for those records, you might require to do different analysis. In these kinds of flags or something, you have to use true or false as data type, which is rarely used. Even binary have zeros and ones as values, which is similar to true or false, which is also a rarely used data type. These are the data types which are available in Power Query. These are used to represent the kind of data which we are going to have in that specified column. Oh, we just discussed about data types. These data types are used to represent the type of data that we are going to use on that specified columns. Like if we have any date value as data type, then we will have, sorry, if we have any date values present in the column, then we will have date as data type. If we have any numbers, we will have whole number as data type. If we have any decimal numbers, we will have decimal as data type. If we have any text, we will have text as data type. This is how data types are used to represent the kind of data that we are going to store throughout the column in Power Query. After that, let us see about filters. In Power Query, we can filter the data of any specified table. The purpose of this filtering is if you want to see subset of any particular table, which means if you want to see only few rows of any particular table, or if you want to load or use only few records from any particular table. For example, in your data source, there is a table called order details. In this particular order details, let us consider there is data of, like there is data of 10 years. If not order details, let us consider as orders table. In this orders table, in source table, let us consider you have data of 10 years. Now, out of this 10 years data, you are planning to use only 2 years data for your analysis. You want only current year data and previous year data for analysis. You are not analyzing all the 10 years data. In this particular case, what is the purpose of loading and having all the 10 years data in our report or in our Power BI system? If you are using huge amount of unnecessary data, automatically it will impact the performance of the reports. That's why to sort out that, to filter the data, we can just click on drop down near column name and we can add filters. As I am filtering date data type the column, it is showing some date filters for me automatically. Here, there are a lot of filters. We can choose date equals to a specified date. If we want to filter the data only before current date or before a specified date, then we can choose before filter. If we want to choose the data only after specified date, then we can choose after filter. If we want to choose the data of any two different dates, then we can choose between. Similarly, we have in next, which means next to that particular date. In the previous means previous to that particular date. Is earliest means the first date. If you have like 3 years data, whatever the first date is available in the table, it will show only that particular one date data. When it comes to the latest, it will show only the latest date, or last date which is available in the table. It will show only that particular dates data. When it comes to is not earliest, it will show all the data except that first date data. When it comes to your data, for suppose if you are starting your business from 1st January, if you want complete data except 1st January's data, then you will use not the earliest. 1st January will be the starting date, right? It will remove that particular date. Remaining all the dates data it will provide. Is not latest means it will not take only today's data. It will take all the data which is available of previous days. When it comes to year, if I choose year is this year, see, it is filtering the data based on current year. From where it will pick the current year means from system date. whatever the date which is available in your system or laptop, based on the date, it will fetch the data. It will fetch the year data, and Power Query will filter the data based on that specified year. Let me remove that particular filter. Similarly, we can filter the data based on quarter, month, week, day, hour, minute, second, or else we can apply some custom filtering also if we have multiple conditions, like order date greater than this particular date and order date less than this particular date. Like that, if you have any custom filtering, if you require any custom filtering based on two conditions or three conditions or many conditions, then in that particular case, we can choose custom filterings. We can apply basic filtering and also we can apply advanced filtering as well. Basically, this filtering is used to get the subset of the data. If you want only minimal number of records from the complete table, then we will filter that particular table and we will get the data only that is required for us. For example, when it comes to order status, here we have status column. In this particular column, I have a lot of values like status is cancelled or disputed or in process, hold, resolve, or shipped. If I am doing analysis only with the data of shipped products or shipped orders, then I can choose shipped and click on OK. It will filter the data only based on status called shipped. Here filtered rows is applied and number of rows also reduced to 302. If I remove this filtered rows, you can see there are 326 rows in the table complete. Let me filter the data based on disputed. You can see there are only 3 rows which are related to disputed. This is how we can filter the data of any columns which are present in the tables in Power Query to get the subset of data. If you want only the limited data from the tables, if you want to load only the limited data into Power Pivot after transforming the data, then we can filter the data in Power Query. Discussing about filters. Filters are used to get the subset of the dataset, which means subset of any particular table. If we have 10 years data, among the 10 years, if we are using only 2 years data for that analysis, it will not make any sense loading 10 years data into Power BI or Power Pivot. We can filter that particular data in Power Query itself, and we can load only the 2 years data which is required into Power Pivot, and we can do analysis only on those 2 years data. This is how we can use filters. There are different types of filters. These filters will also vary based on data type of the column. Like first, if we check, there will be basic filters which are available. Let me take one particular column called country. If I click on the drop down near that particular column in customers table, I clicked on the drop down near the column called country, and there are a lot of countries data available. It is showing the list of countries here. And if I uncheck all, and if I select any one of the country, it will filter the data only of that specified country. Or like if we want to avoid only a specified country, then we can select all and we can uncheck only the countries that we don't want. For example, I don't want to load the data of France and Germany. I can uncheck only those two countries and click on it. Now it will filter the data and it will give the data of all the remaining countries. This basic filtering will work for all data typed columns normally. Even if you check for any number data typed column, this basic filtering will be there. When it comes to advanced filtering, this particular advanced filtering will change based on the data type of the columns. For example, if it is a date data type column, there will be a different type of filters available. If it is number data type column, there will be different type of filters available. If it is text data type column, there will be different types of filters available. Let us see how there are different kinds of filters based on data type, which are called as advanced. Let me click on customer number, drop down here customer number, which is a number data type column. Customer number is a number data type column. If I click on drop down here it is showing basic filters where I can check in or uncheck the data that I want, and I can filter out the data based on the requirements. Or else I can also filter the data. At the top there is an option called number filters. By using this particular functionality also, I can filter the data in Power. Here in number filters, I can see a lot of options. If I want to fetch the data of only a particular number, then I can choose equals. I can choose equals and I can give any particular value. If I want to choose an ID customer number equal to 112 and 114 equals to 114. I am choosing these two customer numbers, and if I click on OK, it will filter the data of the two particular customer numbers. Let me check the filters once again. Let me remove it. Let me remove filtered rows completely. Number filters equals to 112. Here there are operators which are called as and are operators. Let me take equals to 114. Now what this Power Query is going to return me? It is going to return me blank table, because there is no row in this particular table which is satisfying both conditions. This and is a operator which returns true only when both the conditions are true. Like if customer number is equal to 112, then it will take that first condition as true. And again, it will check for the same record, it will check whether the customer number is equals to 114. Both conditions, at least one condition will fail here, because I will have only one customer number for each record. And it will not match two numbers definitely. But at least one condition will fail. That's why it will not return anything. Let us see how these operators will work. There are two different operators based on condition results. There are AND operator and OR operator. For example, let us consider this is a condition 1 and this is condition 2. Let us take two different conditions. If condition 1 is true and condition 2 is false, then AND operator will return false, because even if one condition is false, AND operator will return false. It will not return any data regarding to that, because at least one condition is failing. If both conditions are false, like condition 1 is not matching and condition 2 is also not matching, then also it will return false. Like both conditions are false, then also it will return false. If both conditions are true, only in that particular case it will be true. Means if condition 1 is satisfying, it will check first record with condition 1, 103, not matching. Second record with condition 112, match. First condition will be true. Again for the same record, it will apply second condition. Like it will check whether 114 is matching for this particular record. No, it will not match. In that particular case, one condition became true and second condition became false. That's why it is returning false, which means it will consider that even first condition is false. An operator will returns data only if both conditions or all the conditions will become true. When it comes to OR operator, OR will returns false, OR operator will return false only if both conditions are false. If condition 1 is not satisfying, for example, let us take first record. Here 103 is not equal to 112. First condition is failed. And second condition 103 is not equal to 114. Second condition also got failed. When both conditions are failed, it will return false. If at least one condition is true. For example, for the second record, 112 is equal to 11. First condition is passed. For our operator, first condition is passed. And it will check the second condition also. 114 equal to 112. Second condition failed. Here, at least one condition is true. There is one true and second one is false. Even in this case, our condition will return true only. It will take the record and it will print the record because the condition is true. At least one condition is. When both the conditions are also true, R will return. Only when both the conditions are false, then only R condition will return, R operator will return false. This is how these two operators will work. Now, if I give undash operator for this filtering the data, whether customer number is 112 and 114, now customer number will not match both conditions because there will be only one customer number for each record. If I click on OK, it will return the blank table. Let me remove the filter. Now let me reapply. Number filters equals to 112. I am taking R now equals to 114. Now if I click on apply, for the record where value is 112, one condition will satisfy. For the record where value is 114, second condition will satisfy. Now it will return the data regarding to both 112 and 114 because even if at least one condition is true, it will return the data. You can see it is returning the data of both 112 and 114. Only when value is not equal to either 112 or 114, it is some other number. Both conditions are false. Data is not equal to 112 and not equal to 114 also. In that particular case only, it will filter out the data. It will remove that particular data. This is how and or conditions will work. After that, if we see more filters in advanced filtering, in number filters, we can check whether the data is equal to or does not equal to. If the customer ID is not equal to 100, then only you want to print all the remaining records. Except 100, you want to get all the records. Then you will use does not equal filter. We can use greater than or equal to, less than or equal to, or we can filter the data between two different customer IDs. If you want data of customers between 100 and 200 as customer ID, then you can filter the data by using between as operator. This is how in number filters we have lot of additional features. Similarly, when it comes to text filters, here you can see for number filters it is showing in advanced filtering it is number. For number filters it is showing number filters as option. For text column it is showing text filters as option. In advanced filtering for text filters, here also you can see equals, which means equals to any particular text value, does not equals, it will also work. Begins with means if any text is starting with these particular letters, then also we can filter the data. For example, Hyderabad is starting with HYD. Then we can use HYD as starting letters and we can filter that particular data which starts with HYD. If Chennai is starting with CHE, We can use CHE as first three letters, and we can filter the data based on, we can get the data of Chennai based on that. Similarly, does not begins with. If you don't want any specified data which starts with this particular value, then we can use does not begin with. Similarly, we can use ends with and does not ends with. And also you can filter the data based on any text which is contains in between that particular thing. For example, for lot of values here, there is there are characters called inc at the end. We have characters called inc for one particular thing. Second one is there inc 3 4. There are a lot of values which ends with like characters called inc. I can filter the data for all the customer name. These are all the customer names. I can filter the data of all the customer names where it contains inc. If customer name contains inc, I can filter only that particular data by using the option called contains. We can use similarly opposite. If I don't want the data only that contains inc, I want to remove data of inc and I want all the remaining values. In that case, I can use does not contain inc. This is how we can filter the data based on text values. I am using contains inc and I am clicking on OK. Here, text filters are case sensitive. Remember that particular. Text filters are case sensitive. If I is capital here, I have to give capital letter only definitely. If I give small cases and cast instead of capital letters, then it will not filter any data. Now, if I click on OK, I'm getting all the records where names contain INC as value. Let me remove the filter. If I want all the remaining values except INC, I don't want any value which is related to INC, all the remaining values, then I can use does not contain. Does not contain INC. And if I click on OK, it will return all the values except the data which contains INC. Now you will not find any value which contains INC as well. This is how we can apply filters based on text data. After that, we can also apply filters based on date data type value also. Here I have order date column in this particular orders table. And if I click on the drop down here I have date filters. See, here we have a lot of filters based on date. If we want to fetch data of only one particular date, then we can choose equals to, and we can give that particular date value and we can apply filter. It will return the data only of that specified date. We can give multiple dates also based on condition. Under our operators, we can give multiple conditions also, like equals to 1st January or equals to 2nd January. In that particular case, it will return the data of both 1st January and 2nd January. If you want any one specified date, if you want data of only 1st January, then you can give only that specified date and filter the data. After that, we have a filter before. Means if you want data, complete data before a specified date. For example, you want data that is available before 1st January 2025, which means you want data up to end of 2024. Then you will use this particular filter and you will give date as 1st January 2025. Now it will apply the filter and it will take the data only before 1st January 2025. Similarly, if you want the data only after the specified date, for example, if there is a date, you are considering only the data after 2020 for your analysis. After year 2020, you are considering that specified data only for analysis. Then you can use after filter and you can apply filter and you can give the value as 31st December 2024. If you give 31/12/2024 as value, it will filter the data only after that given date. Also, we can fetch the data between two different dates. If I want data only between 1st January 2025 and 1st April 2025. If I want to do analysis only between these months data or between these two different dates, then we can use between filter. We can use in the next filter for calculating in the next year or in the previous year data based on current value. After that, we have is earliest, which is used to fetch the data of first date. And is not latest means it will, sorry, is earliest is used to get the data of first date, which is available in your data set. For example, here I have 6/1/2003 as first date. If I have this particular value as first date in my data set, it will fetch only that particular value. Is latest means the last date which is available in the data set. If we see it, or I can sort the data set in descending order and I can see what is the last date. Last date is 31/05/2005. In my dataset, last date is 31/05/2005. It will return the data of only this specified date. Is latest. Is earliest means the minimum date, like 06/01/2000. Is not earliest means except this particular date. It will return all the remaining dates data. Except 06/01/2003, it will return all the remaining data. Is not latest means except the latest date, except to the data which we see, right? Which we saw, what is the latest date? Except that particular date, it will return all the remaining records. Similarly, we can apply filter based on year, based on quarter, based on month, week, day, hour, minute, and second also. Also, we can apply custom filtering if required. For example, if I want to filter the data of this year, let us consider I want to filter the data of 2025. I can click on year, and if I choose this year, it will filter the data of current year. Now, in my data set, there is no data for current year. That's why it is not showing any data. From where it will consider year value means here, if I am clicking on this year, where it will consider year, from where it will consider year value means from the system, from the local system I am using. Whatever the date which is available in my laptop, it will take year value from that specified date. If I click on next year, it will take next year value for the date which is available in my system. For example, if I am working in 2025, next year will be 2026. It will consider 2026 as year value for next year. This is how it will work. Similarly, for quarter, month, week, day, based on any particular value, we can filter the data. This is how date filters will work in Power Query. This custom filter is used whenever we need to fetch data of last 5 days or last 6 days. We can take that particular data, then we can use this custom filtering. We can use is in the previous 5 days, is in the previous 5, and I am taking days as period. I can choose if I want last 5 years data, is in the period 5 years. Like that also I can choose. I'm trying is in the period 5 days. If I click on apply filter, there is no data which is related to last 5 days. That's why it is not displaying any data. Let me remove that particular filter. Okay, this is all about filters that are available in Power Query. We have two different types of filters. They are basic filters and advanced filters. When it comes to advanced filters, they will vary based on data types, where we can also give filters based on multiple conditions as well by using and or operators. We have two operators, and comma or. These are the two different operators that we have. Next, we will discuss about column transformations that are available in Power Query. The transformations which are available at column level. For example, I loaded a table into Power Query and I am doing analysis, or I am creating my report, or I am doing my report or building my dashboard based on only few columns. I am not using all the columns which are available in table. Let us consider that table consists of 50 or 60 columns, and I am using only 20 columns for my analysis. Remaining 30 are wasted columns, right? I don't want that specified columns to be present in my dataset because they are eating a lot of storage. They are consuming a lot of space. Automatically, they will force my reports to let down the performance. If I am using a lot of unwanted columns, it will automatically cause reduction in the performance. That's why to avoid that particular thing, to avoid this kind of things, we have to do column based cleaning or column based transformation. There will be a lot of transformations based on column level, not only this particular thing where we will remove columns. If anything, if any additional columns required, we can add that specified columns. If we need to divide one column into multiple columns, we can split that particular columns. Like that, we have lot of column transformations. If we want to reorder the column, if we want to rename the column, if we want to fetch only specified number of characters from the column, then we will use column transformations. Let us take a look into these column transformations which are available. Okay, we were discussing about column transformations. If we are performing any cleaning activity based on column level, those are called as column transformations. In Power Query, we can perform lot of column transformations based on the requirement. We are going to discuss those transformations one after another. One of such important transformations is removing unwanted columns. For example, I am doing analysis on a specified table. Let us consider the raw data or source table consists of 100 columns. Source table consists of 100 columns. Out of these 100 columns, I am using only 20 columns for my analysis. Then what is the need of loading all these 100 columns into Power Query? Because 80 additional columns are taking the storage. 80 columns are not necessary here. They are consuming storage unnecessarily. That's why we can load only these 20 columns which are required for analysis into Power. To do this particular thing, we want to remove all the unwanted columns. We need to remove all the unwanted. Let us see how we can do it in Power. Here, I choose one particular column, and in Home tab of Power Query, I have Manage Columns. In Manage Columns, I have Remove Columns option. If I click on drop down near Remove Columns, I have two other options again, Remove Columns and Remove Other Columns. For example, here I have a table called Customers, and in this specified table, I want to remove only one specified column or two specified columns like that. I want to remove only few columns. Then in that particular case, what can we do means, for suppose address line 2, I don't want column called address line 2 because most of this column contains null values. I want to remove. If I want to remove this specified column, then what can I do? I can click on the specified column and I can click on remove columns and remove columns again. If I click on remove columns one more time, it will remove the selected columns. See, address line 2 got removed. Now, if I remove this particular step again, if I undo this particular step, I can see address line 2 column back in my dataset or in my table. For suppose, if I want to remove multiple columns at the same time, even state column consists of lot of null values. Even if I check state columns, it contains lot of null values. I don't want that specified column also. I am not using that specified column also as the part of my analysis. If I want to remove both the columns, then for selecting multiple columns, we need to do control key. We can choose one column, and if we are selecting more than one column, then we have to use control click and we can choose multiple columns and click on remove columns and again choose remove column. Now it is removing all the selected columns. I choose two different columns and it is removing the two columns. This is one particular case where we want to remove only two or three or n number of columns which contains some limitations. Like if there are 100 columns in the table or 15 columns, for example, in my table I have 16 columns. Out of these 16 columns, let us consider we are removing 4 or 5 columns. Then we can choose that specified columns and we can remove those columns. Now, let us consider out of 16 columns which are present in my table, I want to have only 4 or 5 columns. I want to remove all other 12 columns. Let us consider I want only first 4 columns. Then I can choose all the 4 columns that I require for my analysis and click on remove columns, and I will choose the option called remove other columns. What this option will do means it will remove all other columns except the selected columns. It will keep only the selected columns and it will remove all the remaining columns. Now see, only I have 4 columns left in my table. All the remaining columns were removed. If I want to remove only the selected column, then I click on one specified column and I click on remove column. If we want to remove only the selected column, then we can directly use remove columns. If we want to remove all the other columns, then we have to select the columns which are required and we can click on remove other columns. This is how we can remove unnecessary columns or unwanted columns from the table. After that, let us consider I want to change the name of one specified column. How to rename any column in Power Query. For example, here I have contact last name, contact first name like this. Instead of having name like that, I just want last name and first name. Here I have contact last name and contact first. I just want column names as last name and first name. To rename these particular columns, either I can right click on the column name and choose option to rename. This is one particular process where I can rename the column. Or else, instead of doing that, even I can just double tap on column name and I will be allowed to rename that specified column. I will just remove contact and I will use the name as last. You can see one step is applied with the name of renamed columns. Similarly, even for first name, I can double tap on it and I will remove contact. Column name I want it as first. I rename this particular column. Now my two column names are last name and first name. This is how we can rename any column in Power Query. After that, if I want to reorder the columns, here I have customer number, customer name, after that last name and first. Instead of that, I want first name and not last name. First, I want to have first name column, after that last name column. If I want to rearrange the columns or change the position of any columns, we can just hold that particular column by placing cursor and we can drag it wherever we want. It is showing the highlighted black line, right? Where it means it is indicating that we are choosing that particular position. If I keep it before last name, now first name will be placed before to the last name. It will change the position of that particular column. This is how we can just by using drag and drop, we can reorder the columns in Power Query. Also, we can use this move option. If we want to reorder the columns, we can use this move option also. We can choose any column and we can click on move. If you want to move it to left, we can click on left. If you want to move the column to right, we can click on right. If we want to move to beginning of the table, if we want to move that specified column to beginning of the table, we can click on to beginning. If we want to move to end of the table, click on to end. This is how we can change the order of any columns. This particular option is available in transform tab as well as move. But instead of doing that, it is very easy to drag and drop the specified column to any of the required position. For example, if I want city column immediately after last name or state column immediately after phone number, just I can drag it and drop it at the required position. For example, if I want city column immediately after last name, I will drag city column and keep it after last name. It will change the order of that particular column and it will place it in the required position. After that, let us discuss about few other transactions or transformations that we have. For example, I have a requirement that I have to get first n characters or first n digits from a text. Let us see if there is any suitable column which gives me. Okay. If you can see here, here I have a column called extension. Here every value present in this particular column is starting with the text called X and ending with any number of digits. For example, if I want to get this character called X as a separate column, then I can just go to the tab called add column and here I have an option to extract data from any specified. I can choose the column called extension. I have option called extract. Here I have options based on the length of number of characters or based on first character or last character based on the range. Range means if you want to fetch these number of characters from second character to fifth character, then you will use 2 and 5 as range. Or if you have any delimiter or separator, like if you want to extract text before at the rate of symbol. For example, here you have mail ID. In this mail ID, you are using the name which is present before the at the rate of symbol as username of the candidate. Now, if you want to extract this particular text which is present before at the rate of symbol, then you can consider at the rate as delimiter and you can extract the text. Even you can extract the text after delimiter as well. Even you can extract text between two different delimiters. These are all the options we have in extracting data from any column. Let me extract based on first character. If I click on first characters, because I want X values in a separate column. If I click on first characters, I want only one character in a separate column. If I click on OK, the first value which is present in that particular column is given in a different column. Here, if you observe, in the tabs which are available in the ribbon, there is a tab called Transform tab and there is a tab called Add column. What this particular Transform tab will do means it will transform the existing column. For example, here in the Transform tab also we have option to extract. Here in Add column tab also we have option to extract. What these transformations will do is there are transformations, same transformations in Transform tab and Add column tab of Power Query in report. If we choose any transformation in Add column tab, it will add one additional column to the table and it will give result or expected output in the additional column. If you use Transform tab and perform the same transformation, then it will change the existing column only. It will not add any additional column. It will change the data which is present in existing column. As of now, I performed this particular transformation based on Add column tab. Let me do the same transformation by using Transform tab. Here, the same extension column, I want to extract only first letter, which is X value. I will click on extract. I will choose first characters and I will give number of characters I want to extract. I want to extract only one character. If I click on OK, in the same extension column, it is applying transformation. If you observe, it is not adding any other column because I am using the transformation which is available in Transform tab. If I use the transformation which is available in Add column tab, same extract transformation will add one more additional column to the table and it will show the result in that specified column. It will give result as output in that specified additional column. It will not modify the existing column. Let me remove these particular steps. If you mainly observe, let us see what are the common transformations that are available both in Add column and Transform tabs. We understood difference between what is the difference between Transform tab and Add column tab, which is available in Power Query. Now let us try to understand what are the common steps or what are the common transformations which are available. When it comes to the common transformations, here if you can observe in ribbon in add column and transform tabs, the common transformations are these particular three blocks. We have from text block, from number block, and from date and time. These are the three common transformations which are available both in add column and transform tab. From text fields, what are the transformations which are available in this from text and from number and from date and time. These are the three common things which are available in both transform and add column. If you want, you can just try to remember all the options here. Let me show the same options for you in transform tab as well. If I open transform tab, now you can see here you have options for text column, number column, and date and time. All these functions will be common both in add column and transform tab. Text column, number column, and date and time. All these transformations will be common in both add column and transform tab. When it comes to transform tab, if you do any transformation using transform tab, it will modify the existing column only. But add column tab will add one more additional column to the existing table and it will show the output or result transformed output in the new column. It will not change the existing column. Okay. Now, let me show you one more feature which is used to extract data. Here, I want to extract data which is available before delimiter. For example, here I have at the rate symbol as delimiter. I want to extract the text which is before delimiter and I want to use that particular text as username. If I want to modify the existing column, then I can use the transform tab. If I want username as additional column, then I can go to add column, extract and text before delimiter, and I can give delimiter as at the rate of symbol, and I will click on OK. Now, whatever the text which is available before delimiter or at the rate of symbol will be added here with the name of text before delimiter. If I can drag and drop this specified column, you can see here I extracted the data which is present before at the rate of symbol from email. Now I can use this particular thing as user ID. The text which is available before at the rate of symbol, I am using it as user ID. This is how we can extract the data from any specified column in Power Query. We can continue with multiple other transformations as well. Let us discuss about split column. If we have data in one single column, and if we want to divide that particular data into multiple columns, or if you want to split it or separate it into multiple columns. For example, here I have a customer name column. This customer name, I want to change it to first name and last name separate by using space as delimiter or separator between first name and last name. I want to divide this customer name column into multiple columns. If I want to divide one column into multiple columns, I have to use the option called split column, which is available in Home tab of Power. In Home tab, I have an option called split column. Here in split column, I can split any column by using all these following options. First option is by delimiter. If I want to split two different columns based on any separator, Let us consider throughout that specified column if there is any separator. For example, in customer name column, let us consider there is comma as separator between first name and last. Here, comma will become the separator. Here, in my case, in customer name column for first name and last name, there is space as separate. There is space as separate. We can split one particular column into two different columns by using delimiter by number of characters, which means if I want to have first five characters in one particular column and next remaining characters in another column, I can split the column based on number of characters by positions. If you want to split a column based on specified positions like 3 comma 5 from third character to fifth character, you want data in separate column. If you specify the positions of values in that specified column and based on positions you want to split the column, then based on positions also you can split that particular column. Like you can give multiple positions, like if you have 15 character word, from first character to fifth character you want to have data in one specified column. From fifth to 10th, next five characters in separate column, and 10th to 15 in a different column. If you want to divide a 15 character column into three different columns, we can divide based on positions as well. After that, we can also separate the data present in the column based on uppercase and lowercase. For example, let us consider there is customer name or full name given in any specified column, and in the full name there is no space as a separate. Every new word in that specified text or in that specified name is separated based on different cases of characters. Let me show you how it will be. For example, in first option based on delimiter, I have a name called Tarun Challa, and there is comma as separator or delimiter between two words, first name and last. If I want to split complete name, like my full name, into first name and last name into two different characters, I can separate it based on delimiter. Second option is number of characters. For example, there is an ID. There is some ID which includes both text and integers. For example, let us consider there is some number plate number or something based on state number. For example, AP06 or TS01 or TN or 15. Like this, for number plates, some number will be given. This number plate numbers will contain both state name, short name of the state, and also the district code. 06 will represent some district code, and AP will represent the state name. If I want to have district number in a separate column and state short form in separate column, I want to divide data based on number of characters because I don't have any separator between AP and 06. I can directly do based on number of characters because everywhere there are only four letters like AP06, TS01, TN15. Everywhere there are only four letters for each and every number. Now, if I want to split based on number of characters, I can choose two characters, which means first two characters in a separate column and next two characters in a different column. After that, I can split based on positions. For example, I have a bigger number here, TC123CH. Like that, I have a bigger number which includes text, which contains alphanumerical value. I have a ID which contains both alphanumerical value. Here, I want to divide this text into three different columns based on the position of the students. Like everywhere for every person, let us consider the same kind of number is there. Only in between some data will change, like some data will change, but number will be similar. Instead of 3C, like some person might have GS 154 TS. Like that, there might be some random IDs for every person. I want first two characters in a different column, next three-digit number in a different column, and last two characters of the text in a different column. Then what I can do is based on the positions, I can separate this particular column into multiple columns. First, I have to give three parameters while separating based on positions. First, I will give 0. 0 means it will consider from next string. Like first string, it will consider. Like first value in that particular string, it will consider. After that, we have to give when we are going to have first partition. T will take the first character, C will take the second character. From third character, I am going to have first partition. Next, I have to give when is the third partition is going to happen after three characters, like 3, 4, and 5. 3 will come under fifth character, and sixth character I want to separate into another column. Here I have to give 5. Here I have to give 2. After 2, it will take next character as a different partition. Like 0 to 2, first two characters will be taken as separate partition. And 2 to next partition, like 5, it will take as a separate partition. And whatever the characters which come after 5, it will take as a third partition. Here I will get TC. Here I will get 1, 2, 3. And at the end, I will get CH. This is how this particular partition will work based on the position of that particular character in the text. Based on the positions, also we can do the partitions. After that, based on uppercase and lowercase, also we can do the thing. We can divide text based on uppercase and lowercase, or lowercase to uppercase. For example, in uppercase to lowercase, let us consider I have a name. I am giving my name only. What it will do means from uppercase, any text that is starting with capital letter until the next capital letter, which means until the last small letter, uppercase to lowercase. First uppercase value to last lowercase value. It will take it as a separate column. And next uppercase will be considered as a new word, and every uppercase character which starts will be considered as a new column. The same value, if I have first character with small letter, here I am separating based on lowercase to uppercase. Like text started with lowercase, and for every uppercase, I will consider it as a different column. Here text started with lowercase, and for every uppercase, I will consider it as new column. This is how we can split the data based on uppercase and lowercase characters. After that, we can also split the data from digit to non-digit. If I have only like this number of, here we divided the data based on number of characters, right? Similarly, if we have data of text and numbers together, we can divide the text, which means non-digits separately and digit values separate. If we have text and numbers together, like I have AP06, TS01, like that, if I have text and numbers together, I can split the text data, which means AP and TS, into a separate column and 06 and 01 into a different column. We can split the data based on digit to non-digit and non-digit to digit as well. Here, in this particular case, we are using non-digit to digit, which means here I have text values first, which text values means non-digit values. After that, I have 06 as digits. If here I need to use non-digit to digit as a separate. Similarly, if I have numbers first and text after that, for example, I have 01 TC, 02, 02 KA. I have numbers first and text after that. Now I have to use digit to non-digit as separate. If I have text first and numbers after that, and I want to divide text into a separate column and numbers into a separate column, I have to use non-digit to digit. If I have number first and text after that, I have to use digit to non-digit. What this particular split will do means it will separate text into a separate column and it will return number in a separate. Similarly, here also it will separate number into a separate column and text will be written in separate column. Let us see these options in Power Query, how they will work. For example, here I have customer name. I want to split this particular column into multiple columns. I want to get first name in a different column and last name in a different column. If I use split column option, I will choose the option called by delimiter. By delimiter. Here automatically it is choosing like space as delimiter. Here I can use column, comma, equal sign, semicolon, space, tab, or even if I have any separate delimiter, like if you have at the rate of symbol between first name and last name, or if you have underscore symbol between first name and last, then you can use that particular symbol as custom symbol. Here I have space as a separator between first name and last name. I am using space as a separator. Here again it have multiple options. Whether you want to use the leftmost delimiter, means only when space is occurring for the first time, you want to consider it as a first name and remaining all the spaces will be part of second, which means here I have signal gift stores. Only after signal it will split. Gift stores will be even there is space between gift and stores, it will be considered as last name only. These two words will be considered as last name. Only signal will be considered as first name. Rightmost delimiter means only stores will be considered as last name. Signal gift will be considered as first name. If I am splitting this particular customer name into two different names. Or else you can choose one more option, which means each occurrence of the delimiter. If space occurs two different times, it will divide the particular column into three different columns. If space occurs three times, it will divide data into four different columns. If space occurs five times, it divides data into six different columns. If you see here, mini gifts distributors limited, here in this particular text, I have three different spaces between mini and gifts and distributors and limit. Here I have three different spaces. For each occurrence, it will add a separate column. Mini will be taken in first column, gifts will be taken in second column, distributors will be taken in third column, and limited will be taken in 4 columns. This is how it will split the data into multiple columns. Now let me check. I want to separate the data based on leftmost delimiter. Only the first word need to be taken as first name and all the remaining words need to be taken as second name. I am choosing leftmost delimiter. And if I click on OK, see, only first name is taken as, like first word is taken as first name and all the remaining words are considered as second. This is how we can split the data. Like if you don't want to split the existing column, here I have customer name column. I don't want to split the existing column. I want to add two more columns for first name and last name. And I want to add the data in a different columns. I don't want to disturb the existing column or source column. In that case, what we can do is here we don't have option of split in add column tab. If you see, we don't have option called split in add column tab, which means it will not add any new column whenever we split the data. Now what we can do is we can just duplicate this customer name column. We can right click on customer name column and we have option called duplicate column. We can duplicate that specified column and we can modify, we can split this particular duplicated column. Here, even if I right click on the column name, I can see the option called split column. I can choose by delimiter. We can choose options wherever we want. I will use leftmost delimiter and I will click on OK. Now also it will be divided into two different columns. So instead of modifying the existing column, I'm copying the same column. I am taking the duplicate of the column and I am modifying the duplicate column. This is how split will work in Power BI. See, here I have text and number value, alphanumerical value together. If I want to split this column, I want to get text in a separate column and digits in a separate column. What can I do? I can go to split column and I can use the option called non-digit to digit. Text is a non-digit value, right? First it is starting with text. I want to have all non-digit data in a separate column and digits in a separate column. I will click on non-digit to digit. All non-digits are taken in a separate column and digits are taken in a separate column. This is how we can split the data in Power Query. We can have data of a single column into multiple columns. We also have option to split the data based on uppercase and lowercase and based on number of positions of the string as well. If we find any of the column which suits this particular requirement, I will do the transformation accordingly. Here also I have text and number. That means load new sheets is required. Here I have data related to split. Here you can see, like here I have a plane where every new word is here in this particular column. Every new word is starting with capital letter. Now I can split the data based on lowercase to uppercase. Whenever uppercase occurs, it will add the column. It will have the column. It will have the data in a new column. Like it will separate the data based on uppercase character. See, air is taken in a separate column and plane is separate. Whenever any uppercase letter occurs, it will divide that particular text into a separate column. Similarly, if I want to split based on lowercase letter, here I am splitting based on occurrence of every uppercase. If I want to split based on the lowercase letter, like first lowercase letter, here in iPhone, I is a capital letter and phone starts with small letter. Whenever I am starting the text with small letter, I want to split that particular column, uppercase to lowercase. Whenever it is changing from uppercase to lowercase, I want to split this column into two different columns. In iPhone, iPad, and iPod, and FedEx, FED will be in a first column. EX are small letters. They will be considered as a separate column. In eBay, E only the capital letter, it will be in one particular column, and Bay will be in a different column. If I click on uppercase to lowercase, all uppercase characters will be in a separate column and lowercase characters will be divided into a separate column. Similarly, we already checked non-digit to digit and digit to non-digit as well. These are the transformations that are available in split column. After that, as a part of next transformation, we are going to learn about merge columns. This merge queries are merge columns. Options are different. Both are not. Here you will get confused most of the times. Here we have option for merge queries. It is not same as merge column option. Remember this particular. If we go to transform tab, if we go to transform, here in text column tabs, here we have an option called merge columns. If we want to convert multiple columns into a single column, if we want to divide one column into multiple columns, then what we will do? We will split that particular columns. If you want to do the reverse thing, like if we have data in multiple columns, I have first name and last name in two different columns. From source data, I am getting first name and last name separate. I don't want like I want first name and last name in a single column as a full name. Then what can I do? In transform tab, I will click on first name and last name. I will choose both the columns and I will choose the option called merge columns. Here I will choose the separate. Which separator do you want between the value of first column word and second column? Here I have a value called gene. Between gene and king, what do you want as a separator? If I choose space and click on OK, will return gene space. Sorry, first I think I choose second column first. First, I need to choose first name. After that, last name, and click on merge columns. And choose space as separator and click on gene space. It is combining both the columns into a single. Similarly, if you don't want to change the source columns, these columns are present in my raw data, first name and last name. I want to have full name in a different column. I don't want to change existing columns. If I do this particular transformation in first name, combining first name and last name in merge columns, sorry, which is by using merge columns, which is available in transform tab, then it will modify the existing columns. The same transformation merge columns is available in add column table also. If I use merge columns option here, which is available in add column tab, what it will do is it will add one more additional column and it will give the result in that specified additional. If I click on OK by choosing space as a separator between first name and last name, if I click on OK, it will add one more column at that. So here there is a column with the name of merged. Here I have G in space. It is adding an additional column instead of modifying the existing columns. If you do any transformations in add column tab, it will add a different column or additional column instead of modifying the existing. When it comes to transform tab, this transform tab will modify the existing column. Also remember, once again, I am repeating, there is lot of difference between merge columns and merge queries. Don't get confused. Merge queries means joining the tables. If we are joining queries in Power Query in Power BI terminology, queries means table. If you see in queries pane, you will see all the list of the tables you loaded into Power Query. Merge queries means merge tables. If you want to combine multiple columns into a single column, then you have to use merge columns, not merge queries. After that, in add column tab, we have few more things. Like I have option called custom column from exam. Let us see what this is. For example, you are doing a transformation in Power Query and you don't have any default transformation to get output line. Let me take some example. For example, in your requirement, what you want to show is you want to show product name along with amount or quantity. You want to show something, product name along with quantity. Then what you need to do, product name along with quantity can be done by let's column as well. Let me show you as example. Like let me add a sample column and let me show you how it will work. If I am choosing column from example, here I have option called from all columns or from selection. I can choose any one particular column. I am choosing product name as a specified column and I am choosing column from examples of. Here what I need to give is I have to give input on how I am estimating the output. For example, the word cycle is there. I want to convert it into CYC underscore LE. Like this, I want to transform my data. Like first three characters underscore next characters, whatever they. If I click on OK, based on its assumption, it will do the transformation and it will return me the output. See, it is asking please enter more sample values, which means it don't know how to do transformation based on one output. That's why it is asking more values. AUT underscore. If I give like this, say for second value and click on enter, for every record, it applied the same transformation and it is giving the first three characters underscore rest of the characters. First three characters underscore rest of the characters. If we want to add any custom calculation or custom transformation, which is not available in the default transformations, then what you can do is you can select the column what you want to transform, and you can go to column from examples option, and you can give the estimated output. This is how I'm expecting the output. For this particular cycle value, I am expecting this output. For this auto value, I am expecting this output. From next value, Power Query, if you give 3 or 4 examples based on the complexity of the transformation, from the next value, Power Query will automatically transform the data and it will show you the result of all the values. See, I got a new column with CYC underscore LE, AUT underscore O. I just gave 2 output examples based on cycle. If cycle is the input, what should be the transformed value? CYC underscore LE. If auto is the input, what should be the transformed value? AUT underscore O. Like this, I gave just 2 values as example. Based on that, Power Query wrote the transformation and it gave us output for all the rows presented. This is how column from example works. When it comes to custom column, if you want to do any product or any calculation kind of thing, for example, here I have amount and quantity. For example, there is a product called cycle. They sold 4 cycles and total amount is this particular 3 lakhs 61,000. Sorry, 3,16,104 is the total amount. If I want, what is the price of each cycle? I want unit price. What I need to do, if I want unit price, I have to divide amount value with quantity. Amount divided by quantity. If I want unit price, what is the price of each unit? I want to divide total amount by number of quantity. If 4 cycles cost 316,104, what is the price of each cycle? How can we find total amount by number of? And if I click on OK, it will add a new column with the unit price of each product. How much each product costs. This is how, if we want to do any custom calculations based on the existing values, and if we want to add new column based on that, we can choose the option called custom. Let us discuss about a few more column transformations, which are pivot, unpivot, and transpose. First, let me show you a table which contain year-wise sales data of multiple products across like multiple regions based on the dealers. I have year-wise sales data based on product sales person dealer. Let us consider the most important thing here we have to consider is I have region-wise, year-wise sales data. If I want to show the same thing in table format, let me take region into table. Here it is showing all the 4 regions which I have in data, east, west, north, and south. After choosing the region, I will choose year. Now, for each region, it is giving all the years. In east region, there is data from year 2009 to 2016. For east region, it is giving all the years. Similarly for north, similarly for west, and similarly for south. For each region, it is giving that particular year. And also, I am taking sales value. I want to check region wise, year wise total sales. If you see for east region in the year 2009, what is the sales I am getting exactly? Now, the same data, let me show you in another table format, which is also called as pivot table or matrix. In the first table, I am showing the data in normal table format. In the second table, let me show it in pivot tables. Let me take region into rows. Here it is showing region value. Let me take year value into columns. Now for each year, I will get a separate column. Let me take sales into that. Here, both the tables are showing me the same data. For East region and for the year 2009, you can check the total sales. Same thing you can check in right side table. For East region for the year 2009, the total sales value. Let me highlight only that particular. You can check the sales value, the highlighted. It will give the exact same value. Even for 2010, if you check the same value. Even for 2011, some particular South region, if I take for the year 2013, same value. The total data is saved, which is present in both the tables. But when it comes to readability, if I want to read the data clearly, the more readable or the easiest readable format is pivot table. If I have data in pivot table format or right side table format, I will be able to read the data easily. Here I am getting total values, everything. Complete analysis I am getting region wise, year wise sales. I am getting total values based on year, total values based on region, and total final total aggregated value. You can see the total value, the ultimate total value also. 128,596,90. 128,596,90. Exactly match. Everything is same. But we are showing data in two different forms. One is normal regular table and one is pivot table. Now, I hope you understood the difference between how a regular table looks and how a pivot table looks. Let me show the data. The data. Now, here I have region wise and year wise sales. Region wise and year wise sales, which is in pivot form. Here, if you see, I have in unpivot table, the table name unpivot, I have region wise, year wise sales data. Now, let me close and apply. Let me choose that same pivot table. Let me add a card. And now I want to have total sales value. I am referring to unpivot table where I have region wise, year wise sales. Now I want total sales value, which means the total sales 128,596,90. That particular value I want to show here. How can I show that specified value? If I drag like 2009 data or 2009 year value, see, it is showing me only one particular year then. It is rounding the value as of now. If I show the exact value, if you see, it is showing only 2009. If I want to see total sales, like total sales of all years, now it is not possible. It is possible, but it is not possible direct. What I need to do means I need to take year-wise sales of each and every year, 2016 separately, 15 separately, like from 2009 to 2016. Every year sales I have to take separately and I have to add all these outputs to get total value. It is a very difficult process to do. But if I have data in normal table format, currently I have data here in unpivot format. Currently I have data here in pivot format. If we have data in pivot format or matrix table format, it is very difficult to get total value or it is very difficult to do all the analysis. But if the data is in unpivot format or normal table format, this normal table format, it is very easy to do analysis. Let me show you. First, let me tell you what is this pivot? What will it do? I have data which is present in unpivot table. What is pivot? What will it do? Pivot will convert rows into columns, whereas unpivot will convert columns into rows. Here I have pivoted table where I have data based on years in multiple columns. If I want to convert the data of all these years into rows, I want to get the data of all these years 2009, 2010. I want all these sales in a single column. I want to convert the data of all these columns into rows. Then I have to do unpivot. If I do unpivot, all the columns will be converted into rows. Let me show you how it works. I choose all the remaining columns except the year-wise sales. Here I have all year-wise sales. 2015, what is the sales about 2016? For every year, I have sales here. I choose all the remaining columns except year-wise sales. I went to Transform tab and I will choose the option called Unpivot Other Columns. Unpivot Other Columns. Except these particular four selected columns, I want to unpivot all the remaining. Or else you can select all the remaining columns and also you can choose unpivot columns. As remaining columns are more, I choose the only remaining columns like except the wanted columns, like whatever the columns that I want to unpivot, except that I choose all the normal columns and I am choosing unpivot other columns. If I choose unpivot other columns, here I got complete data in two different columns as attribute and value. In attribute, I am getting year related data and in value, I am getting sales related. This is normal unpivot format of data. Previously, we had each year data in a separate column, which is pivot format or matrix table format of. Let me click on close and apply. Here, the data whatever we have is in pivot form. Here, the data whatever we have is unpivot form. We converted this particular format of data into this particular form. We converted this particular format of data where we have year-wise sales in the separate columns. We converted all years into one particular column and all sales data into one particular column. Let me remove this particular value now. Now I have unpivot table, and if I just drag and drop sales, it will automatically take so total sales value. Now I can show total sales value easily in a card visual, or I can do analysis based on total sales. Even if I want to show data in a pivot format, I can take matrix table and I can choose region value as rows, year value as columns, and I can choose sales value as well. I will be able to show data even in pivot format or normal in regular table format. If I have data in unpivot format, which is in normal table format, I can show data in pivot format like year-wise sales separately or like a normal table format. So I can do both kind of analysis. But if we have data or source data in pivot format, like year-wise sales separately, it will be very difficult to do total sales analysis. If you want to do analysis based on complete year sales or 2 or 3 year sales at a time, it will be very difficult to do that kind of analysis. Similarly, now I unpivoted the data. I unpivoted the data and I got year-wise sales into two different columns instead of having sales data for each year separately. Now, if I want to do the same thing back, if I want year-wise sales separate, I can do pivot. Or if I want region-wise sales separately in each column, I want East region sales in a separate column, West region sales in a separate column, North region sales in a separate column, and South region sales in a separate column. Then I can click on region and I can go to transform tab and I can choose the option called pivot column. If I choose pivot column option, it will pivot the data of sales based on each region. You can see only wherever data is available for each region, it will show data out there. Only the places wherever we have east region data, it will show data there only. Remaining records will be shown as null values. Wherever there is west region related data, it will show data only for west region. Remaining values should be wherever there is data for north region, it will show data for north region. Remaining records will be. If I want data separately of any column based on rows, then I can do pivot. If I want complete columns to be converted as rows and I want data in single column, I want values in single column, then we will do unpivot. Mostly in Power BI, whenever we are doing analysis, we will use unpivoted data or regular table format of data. Now, here, if you see, I have data in, I have data in pivoted form or matrix table form. Here I have pivoted data where I have region and year-wise sales values. Region and year-wise sales. Now, my requirement is here I want to have years in rows like 2009, 2010, 2011. Like this, I want to have years here and I want to have regions in columns like East region sales, West region sales, North region sales, South region sales. I want in four different columns, which means I want to change columns into rows and rows into columns. If we want to interchange rows and columns, then we have to use the option called transpose. Transpose will change columns into rows and rows into columns. Before doing that, first option we have to do is we have to go to home tab and here we have an option called use first row as header. We have to undo that particular option. By default, Power BI will do few steps, right? It will promote first row as header. We have to undo that particular thing and we can transform data. We can interchange rows and columns. We can choose this particular table. We can select this particular table, which is transpose by using Control A, or if you want to click on table directly, you can select however you want. After that, we can click on transpose. What this transpose will do is it will interchange rows and columns. Previously, I have years in each column. Now years came to rows and region came to columns. Now again I can do use first row as header. Now I have data based on each year and each region. Only one change from previous data to now is just we transform rows to columns and columns to rows. Year value previously we have each year data in a separate column. Now we brought it to rows and we have each region data in rows previously, east, west, north and south. Now we transpose it to columns. We have each region data in a separate column. If we want to interchange rows and columns, then we will use transpose. These are the three important transformations that we regularly do in Power Query. They are pivot, unpivot, and also transpose. When it comes to unpivot, if you have data in multiple columns, if you have sales data based on years in multiple columns, and if you want to get all the sales data into single column, then we have to unpivot all the year. If we unpivot all the year columns, complete years will come into complete one particular column. All years which are present in different columns will come to one particular column because they will be shifted as rows. All the years will be shifted as rows, and also we will get year-wise sales completely. The same for the same thing, if you want to do vice versa, if you have data in one particular column and you want to, based on the values present in that specified column, you want to have data in multiple columns separately for based on each value, then you can choose pivot option. If you want all years data into single column, then you have to use unpivot. By using unpivot, we will convert matrix table into table. By using unpivot, we will convert this format of table, right side table into left side table. By using pivot, we can convert left side table, right side. These are the two different features. But if you want to interchange rows and columns, like for example, I have data in table top table format, the current choose table format. What's if you have data in about table format, the selected table format, and you want to have data in below table format. The difference between these two things is just the interchange of rows and columns. See, first in first table, we have region values in row format. We change it into column. In first table, we have years in column format. We change it to years. If we are just exchanging or interchanging rows and columns together at the same time, then we have to use transpose. If you want to convert rows as columns and columns as rows, then we have to use transpose. These are the three most used column transformations in Power BI. These transformations are also very important in interview perspective. Mostly they will ask what is the difference between pivot and unpivot. Also sometimes about transpose. Let us discuss about like few more left transformations based on column. For example, let us consider there are some null values in your like for customer number, let us consider there is null value in customer number and you don't want to allow customer number column to have null values. Here, in my case, I don't think there are any null values, but let us consider there are few null values in customer number, but you don't want to allow null values. How can you remove the null value or blank value or empty cells? If you have any empty cells or null value cells or blank value cells, how to remove in Power Query means just if you click on drop down near column, you will have option with the name of remove empty. If you click on remove empty, it will filter out all the empty rows. Will filter all the empty rows. Even in future, if any empty row comes into this particular column, if any customer number have blank cell or empty value, it will remove that particular. Let me see if I have any columns. So here for state, I have a lot of null values for state column. If I click on remove empty, it removed all the null values. Currently, it is displaying only 49 rows, which contains. If I remove that filtration, you can see total 120. Out of 122 rows, only 49 or 48 rows have values. Let me remove empty. Only 49 rows have. It will remove all the records which contain null values in that specified. This is how we can filter out the empty cells in that specified column. If you want to replace, for example, here I have address length column. If I want to replace any value present in this particular column, we will have option to replace values. For example, I want to replace null value with some symbol. I want to replace null value with. If I click on OK, the same symbol will be assigned instead of null values. This is how we can filter the data or remove the data of any blank values present in that particular column. Blank or null or empty values all are same in Power Query. If you have any blank, null or empty values, if you want to remove them, you can just click on drop down near the column and you can choose the option called remove empty. Or if you want to replace any existing value present in the column. For example, here I have value called USA. I want full name instead of USA. I want it as United States of America. I can just click on replace values and I can give the value that I want to change. Value to find is USA and replace with. So I just replace the values wherever there is data like USA, it will be replaced with United States of America. This is how we can replace any existing value which is present in that particular. Also, whenever you have a bigger tables in Power Query, if you have very big tables in Power Query, and you want to have only few columns of among, like you have hundreds of columns in the table, and you want to have only few columns, or if you want to navigate to one specified column, then if we choose any table and if you want to navigate to any specified column, we have two particular options called choose columns. And go to column. If we click on go to column, it will display all the list of columns. We can just give column. If I want country, I can give country. I can choose. Like if I click on OK, it will directly Power Query will directly navigate to country column. Or if I want to remove some unwanted columns, there are like hundreds of columns, and I want to remove some unwanted columns which are instead of like removing each column, like I can go to column, I can right click on column and I can click on remove, or I can choose multiple columns which are available, and I can choose options called remove columns or remove other columns. We have option called remove columns and remove other columns. If you want to remove only the selected columns, then we can choose remove columns. If we want to choose remove all the other columns except the selected columns, then we will choose remove other columns. This is how we can remove the columns, unwanted columns. If you have large number of columns, like if you have 100 or 120 columns in the table, and you are using only 20 columns that are present in some different positions. First column is present in at first place. After that, at 10th place, there is one column. 15th place, there is some other column. If you have columns at some random positions, for scrolling down throughout all the columns and choosing exactly whatever the columns that required will take a lot of time. Instead of that, we can choose the option called choose columns. And here we will have option to unselect the unwanted. If I don't want to have credit limit column. If I don't want to have payments column. If I don't want to have copy column. If I don't want to have ledge column. I will unselect all those particular columns and I will click on OK. it removed those specified columns which I insert. This is how we can remove columns easily which are unwanted. We can remove any unwanted column. If we want to navigate to any column, we have to choose go to column. If we want to remove any unwanted column in a huge data set, we can go to choose columns and we can select uncheck whatever the columns that are not required, or if only few columns are required, we can click on select all and we can choose only the columns which are required. If you want only three columns from complete table, we can check in only for the three columns and click on it. Only those three columns will be presented again. Okay, all the remaining columns will be. Or else if we have only few columns to remove, and if we want to keep only one or two columns and remove all other columns, then we can use options called remove columns and remove other. This also will like. These are all the column transformations that we have in Power Query. We will continue the sessions with row transformations. We discussed about column level transformations. Now let us discuss about row transformations which are available in Power Query. The transformation that are available at row level. For that, let me load a data. Let me load the data of sample superstore and let me load the tables which are available in this particular data set. Let me load all the tables. All the tables are loaded into Power BI. Now, if you observe a returns table, here I have like two different columns, return column and order ID column. This tables contains the data of items or orders that particular orders which got returned back. Here in this sample superstores, I have four tables. First table is orders table, where I have complete details of orders along with the customer details, their locations and all. Product details, order details, customer details, everything I have in orders table. After that, I think these two are same tables. I think so. Maybe we can consider any one table and we can remove one particular table. After that, I have people where I have person name and region in this particular table. After that, I have returns where I have a return status and order ID in this particular table. If order is returned, it will be having yes as value or else no as value. And we have corresponding order IDs which were written. When it comes to orders table, here if you see the steps, first step is source. It went to that particular Excel sheet where we have four different tables: orders, orders filter database, people, and returns. Among these four, we are pointing out to orders table. In navigation, it will navigate to orders table. After that, as a part of third step, it is promoting first row as header. And as a fourth step, it is allotting data types for each and every column. Everything is working properly here. When it comes to next table, which is people's table, here if you see only three steps got applied. Source, first it is going to source, Excel sheet where I have four different tables. I am pointing to people table. In second step navigation, it will move to people table. And it is just changing data types as the part of third step. In second step, I will have data type as any or directly I have text. It is using the same data types here. Or it is considering it as changed data types. But why it is not promoting first row as header? Because when it comes to orders table, how Power Query will find out that first row is header in that particular Excel table means if data is of multiple data types, for example, in first column I have number data type, third column I have date data type. If data is of multiple tables and only in first row, if we have text data, in first row I have text data completely and remaining all rows data is of multiple data types. Then Power Query will assume that first row is the header, that's why it is the only text row, and in all the remaining rows, there is data of multiple data types, except this first row. In column 1, complete row IDs are integers. In column 3, there are complete dates. In column 4 also, it is filled with completely dates. They are different data type data, except first row. Only first row contains text values. Now Power Query will assume that first row is the header, that's why it contains only text values, and all the remaining rows have multiple data types data, and it will promote the headers. It will promote first row as header. And in the next step, here if you see any column, all the columns are of text data types as of now. Whenever it is promoting headers, all the columns are of text data types. After that, it is detecting data type for each column and it is giving proper data types for each column actually. When it comes to this people table, here we have only text data type data in both the columns. In person column and in region column, we have completely text data type data. Power Query fails here to estimate that first row is header because all the remaining rows also of same data type. If remaining rows have different data types except first row, then it will assume that first row is header. Here in this particular case, all the rows are of text, same data type, text data type only. Now Power Query will not be able to find the first row as headers. That's why we need to do manually. Here we can click on drop down, which is appearing near the table just before the first column. And as a second option, we have use first row as header. We can choose this particular option, or else in the ribbon in home tab in transform, we have use first row as header option directly. We can click on table and we can click on use first row as header there as well. For suppose in some cases we might require to do return back. Sometimes in Excel sheets they will not mention any column names. They will just give data. But Power Query estimated and it took first row as header automatically. But we don't want that particular row as header. We want to get first row as value. Sorry. We want to get first row as value. In that particular case, we can click on the drop down here. Instead of use first row as header, we can use header as first row. We click on use header as first row. Header will be demoted as the first row back. Here, if you can see the applied steps, demoted header. Previously, it is like promoted headers. Now it is demoted headers. Here we are demoting header to first. Only if data present in that particular table is of multiple data types, then only Power Query will understand that first row is of text data. That's why it is header, and remaining rows contains remaining multiple data types data. That's why it will promote first row as header and it will assign proper data types for each column. If complete data is only of text data type, Power Query fails to analyze that first row as header. It will consider that first row is also a value that is present in the table. It will not consider first row as header. That's why we have to do it manually. Even for returns table, I am promoting first row as header. We can choose any of the options. Here also we can click, or else we can choose the option here. I'm promoting first row as header. Now let us try to do some of the transformations that will work at row level. Here in the ribbon in home page, in home tab, if you see, there is a category called reduce rows. Reduce rows. Here we have two different options called keep rows and remove rows. Let us see keep remove rows first. Anyone we can choose. Let me explain you remove rows first. Here it is showing remove top rows. If I don't want first 10 rows present in this particular table, here if I see from row 1 to row 10, I don't want the data. I want the data from order ID CA 2017145777, which is 11th row. Up to 10th row, I don't want the data. Then I can click on remove top rows and I can give like I don't want first 10 rows. And if I click on OK, it will take data from 11th row. You see, the same ID came as 11th record came as first row now because it removed first 10 rows. Similarly, we can remove bottom rows also. As I removed top row, if I don't want last 10 rows or last 15 rows, I can click on remove bottom row and I can give how many rows I want to avoid. For example, I have 296 rows present in this particular table completely. If I want to remove 286 bottom rows, now only first 10 rows will remain. All 286 bottom rows will be removed. If I click on OK, 286 bottom rows got removed. Only first 10 rows were left in the table. We can remove either top rows or bottom rows, or if we want to remove any alternate rows, I want to keep one row and keep after first row, I want to remove next 3 rows. After that, I want to keep one row. If I want to remove rows based on any alternate requirement, for example, I want to keep only alternate rows like 1, 3, 5, 7 like. First, I will choose first row to remove is 2. First, I want to remove second rows. Number of rows to remove. From second row, how many rows I want to remove? I want to remove only one row. After that, after removing one row, how many rows I want to? I want to keep one row, which means first remove second row. Here remove only one row. Next keep one row. After that remove one row. Like that, it will be keeping one row, one alternative row, and it continues to remove one row. If you see the data, it is showing row numbers as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Here rows as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But if you observe order ID or any column, it will be removed alternative rows. Let me show this particular feature based on, see, here I have row ID where I have data like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 continuous values. In this particular table, if I click on remove rows and use remove alternative rows, first row to remove is 2, and I want to remove one row and I want to keep the next row. For every one row, I have to remove one particular row and keep one particular row. Like that, I have to remove alternative rows. If I click on OK, you can see row ideas 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, 11. It is keeping only alternative rows. It removed all the even rows. Let me remove this particular step. That is how we can remove any alternative records which are available in the table. If I have any duplicates, even we can remove duplicates which are present in that particular table. Now, if I click on remove duplicates here, except first record, it will remove all the records present, all the rows present in the table. Let me click on remove duplicates. See, do you know why this particular thing happened? Let me remove this particular step and explain. When it comes to this reduce rows options, here there are top 3 steps which have a separator between bottom 3 steps. If you see, remove top rows, remove bottom rows, remove alternative rows. After that, there is a line. And they are bottom 3 steps where we have remove duplicates, remove blank rows, and remove errors. Why they separated these particular six transformations separately, top three separately, and separating with small separator like small line, and bottom three separately means this top three transformations will be applicable only at row level. They works only on complete row. When it comes to bottom three, which means remove duplicates, remove blank rows, or remove errors, these three will work both at row level and column level. These three transformations, remove duplicates, remove blank rows, and remove errors, will work both at row level, which means complete row level, and also at column level. Let me unselect this particular return column. Here I selected it previously. Now I am selecting only returns table, complete table. Now if I click on remove duplicates, now it will actually remove only duplicate of complete record. If both the columns present in that particular table have same value, for example, here I have S and here I have CA slash 2017 slash 1538 if I have same value again repeated anywhere, then only it will remove that particular record, or else it will not remove that particular record. See, let me remove this particular step. I have 296 rows here. Even after removing duplicates present in the table, I have same 296 rows, which means there are no duplicate records in this particular table. Let me go to return column. And here in this particular column, I have only one value called S. I don't have any other values, only one value. Now, if I perform remove duplicates in this particular step based on this particular return column, here I am performing transformation based on the column level. If we choose any column, it will work at column level. If we choose multiple columns also, it will work at multiple column level. Or else if we choose table, it will work at table level. These transformations which are available just below this particular line for remove rows option. These three transformations will work both at table level and columns level. Now I am choosing only returned column. I selected this particular column and I am clicking on remove duplicates. What will this particular thing will do means it will keep only the first occurrence of the record. I have value called S, which contains duplicate. Whenever S is occurring for the first time, it will keep that particular record. It will remove all the remaining records. It will keep only the first occurrence, which means it will keep only this first value. If you see C82017 153822, this is the first row order ID for first occurrence of S, right? The same value it will keep. Remaining all the records will be removed. See, it will keep only the first occurrence record and it will remove all the remaining duplicates. This is how these particular remove duplicates and remove blank rows and remove errors will work both at column level, single column or multiple columns level, or also it will work at table level as well. Now, if we have any errors in the table, which means there is some issue in the value or something, then in Power Query, it will show as error. Instead of value, it will give a text in blue color called error. If you want to remove that particular errors, we can choose the option called remove errors. If we have any blank rows, which might be in column, we can have some blank rows in columns. Let me check if I have any blank row in any of the columns. Let me turn on column profiling so that I will understand, or else column distribution. I don't think we have any null values or something here. If we have any, if we get any null value or error values here in the table, then if we want to remove them, then we can choose option called remove blank rows to remove null or empty records. If we want to remove the values or the rows which contain error as value, then we can choose remove errors. These three transformations can be performed at column level, multiple column levels, or also at table level. At any level, these transformations will work. Similarly, I have keep rows option. When it comes to remove rows, it is removing the records. When it comes to keep rows, we can give what are the records that I want to keep. All the remaining records will be removed. For example, here I have keep top rows option. If I want only first 1,000 rows from this particular table or first 200 rows from this particular table, I am giving 200 rows. I am clicking OK. It will keep only first 200 rows. If you see, I have only 200 rows in this particular table now. I don't have any additional rows. After 200, there is no next record because it is keeping only first 200 rows. It is removing all the other remaining rows. Similarly, I can keep bottom 200 rows or bottom 300 rows. It works similarly vice versa to remove rows. However, we are removing specified rows from the table. Similarly, in keep rows, we can keep only specified rows and we can remove all the remaining things. If we want to keep bottom 200 rows only, then I will give 200 here and I will click on OK. Now also it is having only 200 rows in the table. We are having only 200 rows in the table, but these are bottom 200 rows. If you see the row ID, these are last 200 rows. These are last 200 rows present in the table, not first 200. Last 200 rows present in the table. Similarly, we can keep a range of rows. Like if I want to keep from 100th row, I want to keep 100 rows, which means from starting from 100 to from 199 I want to. First row is row number 100 and I want to keep 100 rows. If I click on OK, if you see, I am having rows from row number 100 and I will have next 100 rows up to 199. I am keeping only a specific range of rows and I am removing all the remaining rows. Similarly, we have options called keep duplicates, which will keep only duplicate records, which means it will keep only second occurrence or third occurrence, or it will remove all the first occurrence records and it will keep all the remaining records which are coming at second and third and next occurrences. If we want to keep only error rows or rows which contain error as value or rows which contains errors, then we can choose the option called keep errors. This is how we can control records, or we can remove or keep records, or we can clean the records by using reduce row features. Like we have keep rows and remove rows option. By using them, we can transform at row level. If we have any duplicates, we can remove or we can keep only duplicates, or if we want to remove any errors, we can remove or keep. If we want to keep only errors, we can keep them, or if we want to remove blank rows, we can remove them. Similarly, we have multiple other features as well. After that, the next and most important transformation we will use in Power Query, one of the most important transformation which is used in Power Query is group by. This group by is used to group the data based on any value present in the table and aggregate the values based. For example, here in this particular table, I have data at multiple granularities. Granularity means the hierarchy at which data is defined. For example, let me show in visual format. Let me click on close and apply here. Let me take a new page and let me take a table visual. Here I have a table visual. Now let me go to this particular orders table. Let me consider like country as the highest granularity. How many countries data I have? I have only one country data. If I see total sales based on country, how many records do I? I have only one record. United States and sum of sales. Here I am just doing group by based on country level. I am doing group by based on country level. Similarly, let me consider next level of granularity is state. After country, the next level is state. Let me add state value to this particular table. State. If you see how many records it extended, I am having same sum of sales, but now I am having country-wise, state-wise sum of sales. The total value is same. Total sum of sales value is same even when I check only at country-wise. Even if I am checking country-wise, state-wise sum of sales, total value is same. Now I reduce it to one level of granularity. Now my next level of granularity is city. If I add city value also, see the number of rows got increased again. If you see the number of rows got increased heavily. Now I am having the data in three different granularities. I have data at city level, state level, and country level. Now here the lowest granularity means the indicator of each row or specification of each row can be done by granular level. Here the lowest granularity means the level at which each row is defined. Here I am defining, if you observe clearly, here I am defining each row at city level. Each row is defined at city level. If you have sum of sales, you have sum of sales data for each row at city level. Here we don't have data at state level or country level. If we want to get data at state level, we can get the data. How can we get the data at state level? We can group by the data based on state. We can group by sum of sales and state value, and we can get the data only based on country and state level. As of now, the lowest granularity or least hierarchy available in this particular table is city. We are having sales amount or sales value at city level, which is the lowest granularity. Here we have to understand the terminology called granularity. The definition or meaning of granularity is the level at which the value is defined or record is defined. Here, lowest granularity means the data at which each row is defined. Each is called as lowest granular level. If we are defining each row, here we have each row defined at city level. Here city is called as lowest granular value. The next lowest granular value is state. Further, the next lowest granular value is country. Here the highest granular value which is available among these three columns is country. And lowest granular value is city. City is the lowest granular value at which each row is defined. Now, if I have data at lowest granularity, then I will have more number of records. I will have in detail data at city wise, but I will have more number of records. If I move to highest level granularity, for example, here at city level, if you see, I have huge number of records in the table. If I move to next level, like state level, the number of rows will be reduced. See, at state level, I have only few records. If I move to next level, like upper level of hierarchy, the number of records will be reduced again. Which kind of storage is better? Maintaining data in more number of records or lesser number of records? If I am maintaining data only in single record, is it better? Or if I am maintaining data in thousands of records, is it? Maintaining data in lesser number of records always saves the storage. Now, but if we are doing analysis at lowest granularity, then we can't change the data to higher granularity because we are performing analysis at city level. We are considering city as the lowest granularity. And if we are performing our analysis at city level, then we can't do anything. We have to maintain the data at lowest granularity. But for suppose in my reports, I am showing data only at state level. I am not showing data at city level. I am performing analysis only at state level. Then what is the purpose of maintaining data at city level? Instead of maintaining data at city level, I can aggregate that particular data. I can aggregate the values into state level, right? I can group by the data and I can get the output at state level. Let me show you how we can do it in Power. Now we have data at city level. I want to aggregate it into state level. Let me copy the same visual and let me show you the difference as well. Copy the visual, having the duplicate visual, and in the duplicate visual, I will have at state level. See the difference in number of records. Here we have only few records in state level, but here at city level, we have large number of records. We are performing analysis only at state level, then we need not to have data at city level. Now I will go to transform data. Let me duplicate orders table and let me show you. Let me perform that group by transformation on duplicated table. Let me click on group by. Whenever I clicked on group by, it is showing based on which column I want to group by. I want to group the data based on state level. I am doing aggregation at state level. And what operation do you want to do? I want to calculate sum. For which column I want to do sum? I want sum of sales. I want sum of sales at state level. Let me take column name as total sales. Total sales. And let me click on OK. If I click on OK, I will get only total sales value at state level. All the remaining data will be removed. Similarly, for example, if I want data both at state level and country level, I want data at state level, country level, and city level. Let us consider this is the scenario where I have grouped data at multiple granularities. Then we have advanced option in group where I can choose state and country as the columns. And here I am doing sum of sales value, where I am taking column name as total sales. Similarly, if I want to add aggregations also, I can. Even if I want total profit, I can add profit column. I can give column name as total profit. And I can click on OK. Now it will aggregate the data based on country level, state level, and it will give me total sales and total profit. If we are aggregating the data or if we want aggregated data only based on single column, then we can group by the data at basic level. If we want aggregation at multiple granularities or based on multiple aggregated values, then we have to use advanced group. This group by will reduce the number of rows present in the table, which will automatically help us to optimize the performance of the reports. Okay, after group by, let us discuss about the concept called combined queries. Here in Power Query Home tab, you can see two different options where we have a category called combined queries. This particular combined queries is used to fetch data from multiple tables. If you have data in multiple tables or different tables, and you want to get the data into a single table, then we have to use this particular option called combined queries. In this particular combined queries, again, we have two different formats of combining data. They are merge queries and append. When it comes to merge queries is nothing but of joins. I already mentioned you in previous session, there is one other option which is called as merge columns, which is used to combine multiple columns present in single table. But merge queries is different. Queries in Power Query, we will call table as queries. Here, even if you see, table will be called as queries in Power Query. In queries pane, you will see all the list of tables. Here, merge queries means merge tables. Merge tables is nothing but of joins in SQL. In SQL terminology, we will call it as joins, but in Power BI, we will consider it as merge queries. When do we use this particular merge queries? Is whenever you have data in two different tables in a format. In table one, you have, for suppose in output table, you want 7 columns. In table one, you have 5 columns. And in table two, you have 2 columns. Total in your output table, you are expecting 7 columns, all the 7 columns. If you have data in two different tables, and if you want to combine the particular two tables, and if you want to get output by adding multiple columns, additional columns. For example, here, if you see employee table, I have employee number, employee name, job, manager ID, and salary. And also I have department. But I want department name and some other department related information in the same. For example, let me go to department table. Here I have department number, department name, and location. I don't want data to be in two different tables. I want to combine these two tables, and in employee table itself, I want department name and location columns. Actually, currently I have department name and location column in department table, but I want them in employee table itself. I want to get those two columns. Here I am adding columns. I am adding columns of two different by using merge queries option. I'm adding data from two different columns. Sorry, I'm adding columns from two different tables, and by using that output, I will do some reporting kind of. Here, my requirement is I have data in two different tables, and I want to get data into a single table. In those particular scenarios, we will use merge queries, which is nothing but of joins. Here in merge queries, again, we have different types of joins in Power BI. We will look at when it comes to append queries. Even append queries is used to combine multiple tables. When it comes to append queries, append is nothing but of union all in SQL. Union all in SQL. When it comes to append query, even append query is used to combine data of multiple tables. How append queries will combine this? For example, you are receiving data in such a way where every month you are receiving data in a separate file. For example, your data source is Excel. You are fetching data from Excel and you are creating the reports. On monthly basis, every month they are sharing data for you. Every month you will receive a different file. For example, you have sales table where you have data of all months up to current. For example, up to current month, we have data of all the months. For example, for next month, they shared a new exchange. What do we need to do? Whenever we receive any new month data, we have to add this particular data to existing table. For example, in table one or existing sales table, let us consider I have 5 records, first 1 to 5. And in table two or new months data, we will have next records. Like if we will add these records which we receive in table two to table, which means let us consider if table 2 or new month data table contains 2 records. Now my total records will become 7. Now I will have 7 records. By using append queries, we will add number of records. Add records are rows of multiple data. When it comes to merge queries, by using merge queries is nothing but of joins. By using merge queries, we are adding columns of 2 different tables. In table 1, I have 5 different columns. And table 2, if I have 2 or 3 different columns, if I want to get all the 7 or 8 columns into a single table, by using the common column or joining column, we will join those 2 tables and we can get the data into a single table. When it comes to append queries, here we will get data in different files and we will have in table 1 and in current table and new table, or in all the different tables we will have same number of columns with the same data types. Then we will append the data. We will add rows of one table to another table. We will just add the number of. For sales table, I am just adding new month data. If another month data comes again, I will again add this another month data to sales table. This is how I will be keep on adding new month data to sales table, and I will then automatically when we refresh the data in the data set, all the values, all the results of that month analysis will be displayed in the report. Just we will append the data, append the new month data to existing sales table. This is just the difference between merge and append. Now let us see how these particular things. First, when it comes to merge queries, if I show you, there are 2 different options which are merge queries and merge queries as well. When it comes to merge queries, for example, here I have employee table and department table, 2 different tables. If I use just merge queries, I want to add department name, department name and location to the same table, which is nothing but of employee table. I want to add department name and location to employee table. These 2 columns are available in department table as well. There is one particular common column between department table and employee table, which is nothing but of department. I have department number as common. So see department number is common or matching column between these 2 tables. By using this particular column, I can join this both employee table and department. By joining, I have to fetch department name and location to employee table. If I want to get those 2 columns to employee table only, then I will just use merge queries. I can just use I can just use merge query. No, that is not the case. I want department table separately, employee table separately. I want to create one more another new table where I will have all the employee details along with their department in the same format where I need department name and location. I want the same output and I want the output as a separate table. I don't want to change this existing employee table which came from source or which is the source table. I don't want to do modification in this employee table or department. I want to create one more additional table where I should have employee details along with his department details. In that particular case, we have to use merge queries as we have to create a new table by using the option called merge queries as. This merge queries as option will create a new table instead of joining the existing tables. Now, also let me show you what are the joins, types of joins available in Power BI. Or suppose I am trying to join a employee table with department table to get the columns called department name and first by default as I am choosing employee table and clicking on merge queries. I selected employee table here and I am clicking on merge queries. Now automatically choose employee table as the first table, which is nothing but of left table. Always the table which is present at the top will be considered as left table and bottom table will be considered as right table. Now I have to choose the second table which I want to join. Second table I want to join with employee table is department table. I will choose department. Now it is showing me both employee table and department tables. Now here I have to choose the common column which is present in between both the tables. I have common column which is present in between both the tables, which is nothing but of department name. I choose that particular department number column, which is a common column between both the tables. And at the bottom, I have options where I need to choose joins. By default, Power Query is taking left outer join. Left outer join. We have multiple other types of joins, which are right outer join, full outer join, inner join, left anti join, and right anti join. These are the different types of joins which are available in Power Query. Now I choose the common column between both the tables and I clicked on, let me take left outer join and I clicked on OK. Now, if you see for this particular existing table, here it added one more column called department and the values for that particular column is shown as table. Because it just joined the table, we need to perform one more additional step. We have to click on expand button, which is available at the department column. If I select that expand button, it will show what are the columns that we fetched from department table after joining. I fetched department number, department name, and location. I don't want department number. I just want department name and location because department number is already available in employee table. So I don't want to have same column multiple times. I just want department name and location. Also, it is asking use original column name as prefix, which means if we choose this particular option, whenever it is adding those columns, it will mention like department table dot department name, department table dot location. Like that, it will take columns. If I click on OK, you can see department table dot rename. Similarly for location also, department table dot location. If you see here, it got for all the employees, it got their department name and location. Just for department number 50%, it is showing null and null as well. Why? Because in department table, we don't have data of department ID number. We have department IDs up to 40, 10, 20, 30, and 40. But in employee table, we have a record of a person whose department number is 50. As it is a unmatched value, it is showing nulls as well. We use left join, right? Let us see what will be the outputs of each type of joins. Here we have multiple types of joins in merge queries option in Power Query. Let us see what will be the expected out. Here we have left outer join, right outer join, full outer join, inner join, left anti join, right anti. These are the different kinds of merging options or joining options are which are available in Power Query. First, let me tell you about inner join. Inner join will fetch only matching records between both the tables. If I perform inner join between employee table and department table, it will not give the employee ID, sorry, department number 50 employee details because department number 50 is not present in both the tables. It is not the matching value between both the tables. It is present only in employee table. It is not available in department table. It is the unmatched value. Only if data is present or ID is matching in both the tables or ID is existing in both the tables, then only inner join will return the records. Inner join will return only the matching records. After that, we have three different type of outer. They are left outer, right outer, and full outer. When it comes to left outer join, it will also return matching records plus unmatched records from left table. Left outer join will return all the matching records and unmatched records from left table. Similarly, right outer join. It will also return matching records plus unmatched records from right table. Matching records plus unmatched records from right table. Full outer join will return matching records plus unmatched records from both left and right tables. From both the tables. Here already while I am joining this employee table with department table, I told that I choose the employee table as the left table and joined with department table by using left outer join. I told you by default, if you don't choose any join, Power Query will consider the join as left outer join. I choose this left outer join, which returns all the matching records. Here, employee, sorry, department ID number 20, 30, and 10 are matching records. It returned all the matching records and unmatched records from left table. Left table is nothing but of employee. We choose employee table as the left table of this table, right? It is returning all the matching records plus unmatched. Similarly, if we have any unmatched records from the right table, or if there are any unmatched records existing in the right table, and if you want to get that particular unmatched records in the output, then we have to use right outer join. Similarly, if we have unmatched records both in left table, currently we have unmatched record only in left table. Similarly, if we have unmatched records both in left table and right table, in both left and right tables, if we have unmatched records, and if we want to print matching records along with the unmatched records, then we have to use full outer. We have two more additional joins which are available in Power Query. They are nothing but of left anti and right anti. For example, let me give you a scenario. Let us consider there is orders table and I have like 10,000 or 20,000 orders in orders table. Out of these 20,000 orders, like few orders got cancelled after shipping or they returned back to the seller. I ordered a product. Sorry, I sold a product. Let us consider I am owner of the shop or a store. I sold one particular product and I sent that particular product to customer, but customer didn't accept the product and he returned me back. then I can't consider that particular product as order. Here my requirement is I have data in two different tables, orders tables and returns. Here in orders table, whatever the orders I received, all the orders are present in orders table. When it comes to returns table, only the items which are returned by the customer are present in returns table. Now, in my scenario, in my analysis, I want to consider only the orders which were not returned. I don't want to consider return items. For example, I want to calculate total sales amount, how much amount I sold the products for. Total sales amount in my whole store. For example, I sold complete products for 10 lakhs. Out of this total order sales, the items worth 1 lakh got returned. I got the items worth 1 lakh rupees as returns. Now, what is my actual sales amount? Only 9 lakhs. Even though I sold items for 10 lakhs, the items worth 1 lakh rupees got returned to me back. Now, what is my actual sales amount? Only 9 lakhs. Now, I want to get this particular analysis and show this particular value. Now, I have data in two different tables, orders table and returns table. How I want to get only the orders which were not related to returns, which means I want to get only the unmatched records which are present in left table. For example, let me consider orders table as left table. Here I have order IDs number 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. These are the records currently which are present in orders table. And in returns table, I have order ID data. All these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 present in orders table. In returns table, I have only order ID number. Order ID number 4, product got returned to seller. Now, I want to find the actual sales. If I want to find the actual sales, I want to calculate the data of only order 1, 2, 3, and 5. Because item number 4 got returned. It is not under sale. This particular product is not sold. It got returned to the seller back. Now I want to calculate the sales amount of order ID number 1, 2, 3, and 5. In this particular case, here I am removing only the matching data. In between orders table and returns table, the common column is order ID. And wherever the order ID is matching in both the tables, I am removing that particular, which means I am getting only the unmatched data. If I want to get only unmatched data from left table, if I want to get only unmatched data from left table, then I have to use left anti-join. What is the result set of left anti-join is unmatched data from left table. Similarly, right anti-join will return unmatched data from right. These are all the 6 different types of merge query option or joining options which are available in our. We checked about left outer join, which is returning all the matching values plus unmatched values from the left table. Let me show you inner join. For example, now I want to change the join for the existing transformation. Then what can I do is here I can go to merge query step and I can click on this particular gear icon, which is also called as settings. On merge queries transformation, I can just click on gear icon, and by using that, I can just check the type of joins available. I can modify the join. Here, by default, I am using left outer join. If I select inner join instead, inner join will return only matching values between both the tables. Which means in department number, I have department number 50, which is the unmatched value. In employee table, it will not return that particular record. If I click on OK with inner join, so you can see that the record which is related to department number 50 got retrieved. Now, if I just select department name, location, and form, OK, it is returning me department number and department name. But it removed that particular department number 50 because it is a match. Now let us see about anti-joins. We have two different types of anti-joins which are called as left anti-join and right anti-join. For suppose here I have orders table and returns table, orders table and returns table, where I have order ID as common column or matching column between these two tables. Now I want to show the details of the orders only which were not written, which means I want to get only the unmatched records from orders table. First, suppose I am taking, let us consider I am taking orders table as lifted, and I am using merge query system. Let me show you merge query system, which will create one more new table. I am joining orders table with returns table. Here, the matching column between these two tables is order. Let me choose order ID in these two tables. And here I want to get only unmatched records from left table, which are nothing but of orders which were not written. I'm choosing left anti-join, which will return data only from left table, which will return only unmatched records from left table. And I will click on. Now it created one more additional table with the name of merge1. And let me see how many rows it is in. Here, if you see, I have 9194 records. If I just let me see returns table. Here I have 296 returned items and previous orders table. If we see, we will have 9994. You can clearly see that some of the records got removed and we are getting only unmatched records from left table. Here, if you see distinct values, we have 9194 only. Previously, we have 9994 distinct values. You can see clear difference. Like some of the data got removed from orders table and we got output in merge one. Now here we have only orders which were not returned. We removed all the returns from the orders table. Discussed about merge queries, and we discussed how can we join multiple tables in Power Query using merge queries. And we tried different types of merge options. We tried inner join, we tried left outer join, and we also tried left anti join. And similarly, vice versa, remaining joins will work. Now, let us see what will be the estimated return or what will be the expected output if we are joining two different. Let me create two different columns of two different tables. Let us consider I have a common column between table 1 and table 2. And in table 1, I have column 1, and in table 2, I have column A. There are two different columns in table 1 and table 2. These two columns are present in two separate tables. And there are common columns between these two tables. If we want to join this table 1 and table 2, we have to join based on column 1 and column A, which are presented two different. Now the values present in column 1 are, let me take some random values. Now let us consider these are values present in column 1 and column A. If I try to do inner join, how many records am I going to get in that? If I do inner join between these two tables, how many records do I get in the? Let us see how many records do we get for each kind of join if we join these two tables. Based on join type, let us see how many records we can expect based on each type of. We have inner join, left outer join or left join, right join or right outer join, left anti join, right anti join, and full outer join. Now, if we check with inner join, what will be the result set of inner join? Inner join will return all the matching records. It will return only the matching records between both of them. Now, if we compare this column 1 and column A, what are the matching? Column 1 contain values called 1, 2, 4, and 5. Maybe they can have duplicate values as well 1, 2, 4, and 5. Whereas column A contains 1, 2, 3, and 4. Now, what are the unmatched values in column 1 and column A? In column 1, 5 is not matching with column A. When compared to when it comes to column A, 3 is not matching with column. 3 is not present in column 1. It is not matching with column 1 values. When it comes to column 1, 5 is not matching with any value in column A. These two are the unmatched values present in both the tables. Remaining all are the matching. Now, these are matching values present in both the tables. If I join these two tables, table 1 and table 2, based on column 1 and column A, the expected result will be. If I do inner join, what will Power BI will do? It will go to first record in column 1 and tries to compare whether there is any matching record in column B. There is a matching. Now it will return the one as well. Now it will check all the remaining values also, whether there is any other matching value which matches with one. No other value matches with. Now it will go to second record in column 1 and tries to compare any matching value present in column. Again, one is matching for the second time. Now it will return one again. Again, it will check for two, whether it is matching any. Two is matching for two times. It will return both the two values. Two is matching for two times. It will return both the. Again, it will check another two is there for two times in column. If you check two, first when it compare, it check the first two. There are two matching records. It will check both the matching records. Again, it is trying to attempt to check the same two because two is there for a couple of times. Again, it will check all the records and two is again there for two times. It will return two couple of times again. Now it will check four. It will try to compare four. Now four is repeated couple of times again. Four will be printed couple of times. This will be the output of inner join. How many records return? One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, and eight. It returned eight records when I am doing inner join. Similarly, if I do left outer join, how many records am I going to? If I do left outer joins, if I do left outer join, the number of records that I am going to get is 9. Because let us consider table 1 as left table and table 2 as right table. What will be the result set of left outer? It will fetch all the matching records, which means it will fetch all the 8 records and unmatched record from left table. There is one unmatched record with value 5 in column 1. It will fetch that unmatched record out. How many records are we going to get? If we do left out, then we are going to get 8 records. Similarly, if we do right outer join, what will be the out? It will fetch all the matching records, which means it will fetch the 8 records of the inner join and it will fetch one unmatched record also. Same for right outer join also. We are going to get same 9. We are going to get same 9 records now. Now, if we perform left anti-join, how many records are we going to get as well? What will be the result set of left anti-join or the output expected output of left anti-join? It will fetch only the unmatched records from the left table. We have only one unmatched record in left table. It will return one record. Similarly, right anti-join will return only unmatched records from right table. There is only one unmatched record in right table. Same the one unmatched record in the. If it comes to full outer join, it will fetch all the matching records and unmatched records from both left and right table. There are 8 matching records. It will return all the 8 records. Plus, it will print also the unmatched records both from left and right table, which means it will take from unmatched record from left table and one unmatched record from right table. Totally, it will return 10 records. These are the expected outputs if I perform join between these sample data. If these two are the columns, I will get these records as the expected outputs.
This is about merge queries. Also, as a part of combined queries, we discussed about one more concept of append queries. When it comes to append queries, if you want to add the number of records, let me give you a scenario. Let us consider you are working on some particular superstore, you are getting orders. Every month, you will get a new file where you are going to get some additional orders. Every month, you are going to get the data in new file. Let us consider if we are in May. At the end of the May, maybe on June 1st or somewhere, so at some particular point of time, they will share complete data of May. Every month after the completion of that particular month, you will get that specified month sales. For every month, we can't do separate analysis, right? We will create one complete report which will show complete analysis history. That report will show monthly analysis, daily analysis, whatever we require, we will show complete analysis on the single report. Now, if I want to add this current month data to the existing sales data, what should I do? I have to add these records, that new table records to existing sales table data. Let us see how we can do it in Power Query. Let me load some data into Power Query where I have data of three different months. I have data of July, August, and September of year 2016. Let me load that particular tables. I loaded this table successfully. Let me show you the July table. See the columns which are present in the table. I have account, customer, department, and amount as columns. Similarly, the same columns I have in account table, same columns in September table. In July table, August table, and September table, I have same columns. I have columns called account, customer, department, and you see July table, August table, and September table. I have same column with same date types. Now, my requirement is, let us consider first, let me create a sales table. Let me rename this July table as sales table. Now, if any new data comes, for example, current month, let us consider current month is July, up to current month, or previous month is July, up to previous month, we have all the data of sales table. Let us consider the next month data, August month data came. What do I need to do? I want to add August data to existing sales table. In July table, I have 110 records already. In August table, I have 139. 139. If I add August data to July data, how many records I have to get in the 110 plus 139? Totally, I have to get 249. Let me show you. Let me append August data with this sales table. Let me choose this sales table, click on append queries, and let me select the table called August table, and let me click on. Now you can see in sales table, I have totally 249. I have 249 rows in sales table. Now, even in September file, I have 136 records. Let me add September data also to the sales table. Currently, I have 249 records, which contains July and August data. Let me click on append queries again. Again, let me choose September 16 table name and click on. Now there are totally 385 rows in the sales. Even while appending the data, we have multiple advanced features as well. If we are appending only two tables at a time, we can just append, we can choose the select table and click on OK. For suppose here I appended two times because I am appending three different tables. July table, August table, and September table. July table I renamed as sales table, and I am appending August and September data to July table. I appended two different times. If you see, append query is done for two different times. Instead of that, if I want to append both the tables at the same time, I can click on append queries and I can choose the option called three or more tables. And I can go to that particular, I can navigate to that particular table names. Here for July table, I have to append August and September tables. I can click on August table and click on add. I can choose September table and I can click on add. Now I am having August table and September table, which are appending with sales table, which is nothing but of July. Now, if I click on OK, append will happen between three tables in a single step. You see, only one step got applied. Instead of doing append multiple times, even if you want to append multiple tables at the same time, we can append multiple tables. Now, after appending the data, while clicking on close and apply, before clicking on close, already we have complete sales data in sales table. We have data of all those. We have data of September and August also. For June data, sorry, for July data, we added August and September data. Now we have whole data in sales table. Now, what is the requirement of loading this particular August and September data again in separate tables to data? Why do we need to load it from Power Query to Power BI? Now, first let me try to delete this particular table and see what will. If I try to delete this particular August data, it is throwing me error because it is being referenced in sales table, which is nothing but of July table or appended table. In this particular table, we appended August and September data. That's why now it is not possible to delete this particular August and September table because we are referencing those two tables in this particular sales table or appended table, complete table. Now, if I click on close and apply, these two tables will be additionally loaded into Power BI. Again, they will consume some additional storage. What can I do is, instead of doing like that, I can right click on this particular August table. I can turn off enable. By turn off enable load is turned off now, and I can click on close and if I click on close and apply after turning off enable load, that particular data will not be loaded into Power Query. Now, if you see, I have only sales table. I didn't get any table for August and September. Here, if you see in data pane, where you have list of all tables, you don't find August and September tables because I disabled loading those particular tables into Power BI from Power. We will discuss about all these query properties and additional features in the coming session. But as of now, we were discussing about appending, how to append single table at a time or how to append multiple tables for any table. In combined queries, we discussed about merge queries and append queries. We have one more option called combine. This combined files also will be part of appending the data. Let us see how it is useful. Combine files option is useful. Let us consider, as we discussed during append queries, you are getting a new file on every month basis. You are getting new file on every month basis. Instead of loading that new table into Power Query and instead of appending that particular table manually, what we can do is we can store every table that we are getting on month wise in a separate folder. In Power Query, in sources, if we want to load the any table, we have folder as a data. We can also load data from any folder. Let me connect to one of the folder which is available in my device where I have all the tables. In combined queries folder, I have data of 3 different months. Let me show you how we can append the data of 3 different months at a time by using combined queries. Let me click on OK. I connected to the tables which are available in combined queries folder where I have May, June, and July data, which are available in 3 different files. Here I have data of those particular 3 files. Let me go to transform data. Here I have data available in 3 different files. You can see the path of each and every particular. The file names are May 2016, June 2016, and July 2016. These are the 3 files which are available in CSV file. It is also showing access date and modified date, created date, everything. It is shown. Now, when I choose the column called content, here in combined queries, in combined files option, this particular combined files option got enabled. Previously, whenever I am using like separate file or if I choose any column in a different file, if I choose even multiple columns, you can see like combined files option is not enabled. But when it comes to this particular query, whenever I imported data from folder format, here, whenever I am choosing this content column, where I have data in binary, data is shown as binary and all, this combined file option is enabled. Previously, it is disabled. It is grayed out. Now it is enabled. Even if I choose some other column, it will be disabled only whenever I have data of multiple tables, because here in this particular content column, I have data of May, June, and July. In this particular column, I have complete data. Now, if I choose the option called combine files, it will combine the data of all the 3 folders and it will show complete data. See, it's giving me the preview of all the columns which are present in the table. Now, if I click on OK, see, Power Query automatically applied some steps and it appended the data of all the 3 tables, and we are getting 414 rows for the data of all the 3 rows. Now I am getting source name also from which table we are having this particular data. If you see in source name, we will have data of like 3 different tables. If I choose May 2016, this 139 rows, all these 139 rows which are displayed here are from May 2016. Similarly, if I choose only June 2016, these 136 rows are from June 2016. Similarly, if I choose July 2016, this 139 rows are from July 2016. It appended the complete data of all the 3 different tables, and it is giving me complete data in a single table. If I want to remove this source name column, I can click on remove column and I can remove the particular column. And now it is giving me just the appended outlook of 3 different tables. Now, if I want to add any existing table, or sorry, if I want to add any additional table, I need not to load any data into Power Query or I need not to do something, some transformation. Just if I add that particular file to the folder, that is enough. If I just add the file of that particular month data to the given folder, whatever the folder from which I am fetching the data. If I just add the new file to that particular folder, and if I click on refresh preview, automatically it will refresh the data which is coming from the source. If I click on refresh preview, it will refresh the data. Automatically, when it refreshes the data, the new month data also, the new file data also will be added to the table. All the transformations will perform automatically. We need not to do anything. If we just add the file to the same folder, automatically that particular new data also will be added to the combined queries table. This is how we can append the data automatically instead of doing transformations manually every month. If we are loading data from Excel or CSV, we can create a folders, and by using combine files option, we can combine the data of all the files. And whenever we add any new file to that particular folder also, even that data will be loaded to the table automatically. Whenever we refresh the table, the new data also will be loaded to the table. We need not to load the table separately, or we need not to do any transformations. Automatically, it will load that particular table also, and it will perform combined queries. Currently, this is the folder with the name of combined queries, which I am using as the source for using combined queries transformations, and I am using this folder as the source to load the data into Power Query. In this particular folder, I have May, June, and July data. Let me add one particular new file. Here I'm adding April file. To combine queries folder, I am adding April file. Now I have April, May, June, and July. Now here I have 414 rows whenever I am appending the data of May, June, and here I am appending the data of May, June, and July days. Now I added the data of April 4. Let me click on refresh. Now you can see April data also automatically loaded to the table, automatically loaded into the table because we added April file to the same file. Even if I get any other month file to the folder, just even if I get any other month's data, I need to add that file to the folder. And if I click on just refresh preview, that particular file will be added to the table automatically. We need not to do any additional transformations. If we get any new file and we need to append that particular file to the table, we can just add that file to the folder, and we need to refresh the print. File will be loaded to table automatically.
In this session, let us discuss about query options. In Power Query, tables are called as queries. When it comes to these query options, let me right click on one particular table and let me show you what are the query options that are. There are options called copy, paste, delete, rename, enable load, include in report refresh, duplicate, reference, move to group, move up and move down, and create function, convert to parameter, and we have advanced editor and properties. When it comes to properties, even at the right side, we can see query properties, where we can change table name, we can see all the applied steps. Even if we click on all properties, it will show all the properties again. Also, we know about advanced editor. Advanced editor is a page where it will show M language or M query for all the applied steps. If we do any transformation in Power Query, for example, here for this particular table, I got it from folder as data source and I did some transformation to append all the files by using combined files. All these transformations, if we go to advanced editor, we will see M query or M language query for all these particular transformations. Power Query will automatically write M language query for each and every step that we upload. Now, let us first see about copy paste. For example, if we want same table again, for example, I want department table to be used separately. Then I can copy that table inside the Power Query. Instead of loading that table again, I can copy and paste it. It is taken as department 2 as it is a duplicate file, and I copy pasted the same file. If we want to reuse whenever there is requirement to have the same table to be used another time, then we can copy paste that particular table. After that, we have delete option. For example, if we are not using any table, for example, if we loaded 10 or 15 tables into Power Query and we found that one or two tables we are not using in that particular report at all. We don't have any work with that particular table. For example, there is a table called split. I don't want this particular table anymore. Now I can right click on that particular table and I can click on delete. If we delete the table, it will be will be removed from Power Query from queries completely. If we want to remove any table, then we can click on delete. If we want to rename any table, for example, here I have DEPT table. If I want to rename it as department, I can right click on the table. I can use the option called rename, or else directly when I click on that particular table here in the right side at properties, I have table name. I can change the name here also. We can change name in both the ways, either by right clicking on the table and clicking on the rename option, or else in the right side at properties, we have name of the table. There also we can edit the name. Rename is used to change the name of any of the queries or table. After that, we have two important options. Mostly we will get one interview question from these particular options. So previously we discussed that we will get one interview question from combined queries, merge queries, append queries, and combined files. From these particular options, we will get one particular interview question, and also from enable load, include refresh, or duplicate or reference. From these particular four options, there are more chances to get one more interview question. When it comes to enable load, for example, here I have department table and employee table. As I want department name and location, which are available in department table, by using merge queries, I loaded the two particular columns into employee table. I got both department name and location columns into employee table only from department table by joining using common column called department. By using merge queries, I fetched those two columns called department name and department location into employee table. Now, all the columns are available in employee table only. I have no benefit of loading department table into Power Query. After doing this ETL process, after doing data cleaning, we will click on close and apply to load all these particular tables into Power Query. Now, if I don't want this particular department table, instead of removing that particular table completely, I can just click on enable load. I'm turning off the enable load option. You see now, enable load option is turned off. Now, if I click on close and apply, department table will not be loaded into Power Pivot. If you see, department table is not loaded. There is no table with the name of department. This is how we can restrict the table to get loaded into Power Pivot. If we do like that, we can save some storage and also we can optimize the performance of the reports. We can avoid the unwanted table. we want to restrict loading of any table into Power Pivot from Power Query, then we can disable the load of that particular table. After that, we have one more option called including report refresh or excluding report refresh. This particular option is used. For example, I am refreshing the report. I created complete report. I have 10 or 12 tables in my data model or in my report, and I am refreshing complete report. Whenever I am refreshing, what Power BI or Power Query will do is, let me show you. I am refreshing the report. It is refreshing all the tables which are available in the data set or in the model. Whatever the tables or list of the tables available in the data, it is refreshing all the tables, all the available tables. Now, I don't want this to happen because in my list of queries, there are few tables which are static, where data will not be changed. There are few static tables. For example, let us consider department table is static table. Let me enable load for this particular table. And let us consider department table is static table. Data present in this particular department table will not change based on time. For example, maybe it will change for every 20 years or 30 years, but on regular basis, it will not change. All the departments which are available in the office will remain same. Now, I will turn off including report refresh for this particular table. Let me click on close and apply. Now, if I refresh the tables, what will happen is it will not refresh department table. Except department table, it will refresh all the remaining tables which are available in data. It will not refresh department table. It's taking time. Now for department table, I turned off the report refresh, which means whenever we refresh this particular report, every time whenever we refresh, department table will not be refreshed. Except this department table, all the remaining tables will be refreshed because we disable the refreshing. By using the query option, we disable the refreshing of department table. If we turn on include in report refresh, then only whenever we refresh the report, if any data changes or any new data is added, then those particular records will be added to the report or those records will be added to the table. Those changes will be implemented. But if we disable include in report refresh, that particular table will not be refreshed on regular refreshes. We will use this particular option whenever we have many tables, and out of those many number of tables, if we have more static tables which will not change on regular basis. If table is static and the values present in the table will not change at all, then there is no purpose of refreshing that particular table on every refresh. While whenever we are refreshing the report, there is no use even if we refresh that particular table because it is static. The values that are present in that particular table will not be changed. That's why we will disable including report refresh. After that, we have options called duplicate and reference. These two are also very important options in interview perspective. Duplicate is nothing but copy paste. When it comes to copy paste, it is a two-step process. We have to copy it and we have to paste it. Duplicate can do the same thing in single step. If I use duplicate, I will get the copy of the same table. The same copy paste process, if you want to do it in single step, then we can use duplicate table. And we have one more option called reference. The main difference between duplicate and reference is when it comes to duplicate also will create the copy of the table, and reference also will create the copy of the table. When it comes to duplicate, if you do duplicate of one particular table, if there are any changes implemented on table 1 or source table, those changes will not be reflected on table 2. Whenever we are using reference, if you do any changes on source table, then the same changes will be implemented on reference table as well. Currently, department 2 is the reference table. Let me remove it and let me show the difference between duplicate and reference here. Let me take the duplicate of department first. Let me show you department table. These are the 4 records which are available in department table with 3 different columns called department number, department name, and location. Let me duplicate this particular table. I duplicated and table name I am changing it as department duplicate. Now I have duplicate of this department table. Whatever the transformations which are available in department table, the same transformations were applied in duplicate table also, and I have the copy of same table as it is. Now let me take the reference table. For same department table, I took the reference table and I am renaming it as department reference. For both this department duplicate and department reference, the source table is department. We extracted these 2 tables from this department table. Now let me replace one of the values present in this particular department name column. For example, I have a department name called operations. Let me change it. I am using replace values option. I want to change the value called operations. I want to change it as OPS. Yes, I want to change the value operations into OPS. Now I replace that particular value. Operations is changed to OPS. Let me show you the duplicate of the table. If we see duplicate of the table, operations is left as usual. It didn't change to OPS. Let me show you reference table. If you see here in reference table, operations is changed to OPS. Now I hope you understand the difference between duplicate and reference. If you duplicate any table in Power Query, if you do any changes in source table, the changes will not be implemented into duplicated table. But if you take a reference table, even if you do after taking the reference table, if you do any changes in the source table, the same changes will be implemented on reference table. This is the difference between duplicate and the reference table options in query options. After that, we have move to group. Before going to this particular step, let me create a folder or a group. Group is nothing but of a folder. Here, currently, I have 2 folders: transform file from combined queries and other queries. These are the 2 folders which are available for me as of now. Let me do a right click on queries pane in this particular queries pane anywhere at any place. If I do right click, I will get an option to create a new group. For example, based on categories, if in our query, if we have huge number of tables, like if we have 30 or 40 tables, they might be fact tables or dimension table or any other types of tables. Based on the category of these particular tables, we can group the tables and we can keep that particular tables in separate group. So that whenever we have huge list of tables, it will be easy to find that particular table, or it will be easy to recognize that specified table based on the group. If you are not aware of fact and dimension tables, no, don't worry. We are going to understand about them in coming session. Let me click on new group and let me give some name. And if required, I can give description for that particular group also. What kind of tables you are going to store in that particular group also can be described while creating the group. I will create the group called office. Here, there are two office related tables, department and employee. I want these two tables to be part of this office. And I will give description as all office related tables. I'm storing all office related tables in this particular. I created a office group. Now I will do a right click on this particular department table. I will choose option called move to group and I will choose office as well. Now department table is moved to group called office. Let me right click on EMP table, move to group and let me choose the group called office. If you see it is showing in office group there it is indicating that there are two different tables. In other queries there are 17 tables. If we want to move any tables to any specified group, let me move this department duplicate also to office table. Let me right click on the table name and move to group and let me office as group. Now in office group there are three different. Similarly, department reference. Now there will be four different tables in office group and 15 tables in other queries. Now we have move up and move down options. Move up and move. For example, if we have higher prioritized tables and if you want to keep them at the top to recognize them or to navigate to them easily. For example, for me, let us consider orders table is the important table. I can just drag it and keep it wherever I want. I can move directly. After that, people's table. We can move any table by dragging it and dropping it to a specified position. But if you want to do it by using buttons, just right click on the table and click on move. It will go one step up. This is how you can move up. You can play with move up and move down options. You can change the position of the table towards upward or downwards. After that, we have one important option called create function. Create function. Let us consider we are doing some of the transformations in Power. If we are doing some transformations in Power Query and we want to implement the same transformations on some other table. For example, on returns table, I am doing some transformation. I filtered some rows. After that, promoted headers. I changed data type. After that, one more filter rows happened. I did few transformations. Now, I want to apply the same transformations on some other table. Here, we can use two different options. We can either directly go to advanced editor here, where we will get all the steps, where we will get all the steps. You can copy this particular things. You can copy this particular steps. And after copying these particular steps, whenever we move to next table, what we can do is we can go to advanced editor in that particular thing, except source table, except source Excel workbook. All the remaining steps we can replace by using the steps that we copied previous. From returns table, we copied few steps in advanced data, right? We will copy these particular steps except the source file, and we will paste the same steps for the next step. For every table, there will be advanced data, right? If I want to implement the same steps here, I can paste it. Only if steps are suitable or allowed to perform those transformations in that particular table, then they will be applied, or else will throw some error. If we have like similar kind of table, or if we are loading same table again, or if we are getting data, as I mentioned, if sometimes we will get data based on monthly or every 6 months kind of thing. If we are getting data like that, and if we are loading that table into Power Query, if there are some transformations required to perform on that particular table. Instead of applying all the transformations again and again, here we have an option to create a function based on all the transforms. I just right clicked on returns table and clicked on create function. I clicked on create again, and I have to give some name. I gave name of the function as returns transformations, and I clicked on OK. One function got created. A new function got created. Now I have a feature called invoke functions. As of now, we didn't discuss about functions at all, but you will understand why we are creating these functions, what is the purpose of this particular function, and all further. But here I have option to invoke function. If I invoke this particular function, the function output, if you see, the function output is returning the same table. As of now, I didn't use any parameters or I didn't change any source. I just invoked or executed this particular function. Whenever I executed this particular function, it is returning the same table with all the transformations applied. All the transformations that we have performed on returns table will be stored in this specified function. Whatever the transformations that we have applied on returns table, all the transformations will be stored in this particular function. Now, when I click on invoke or execute this particular function will be executed, and the output of the function with applied transformations. All the transformations were applied on this particular table. Headers were applied, and all the transformations were done. After completing the transformations, it will give the result. In this process also, we can implement the transformations that are applied on one table to another table. Either we can use advanced editor by copying query which is available in advanced editor and paste it on another table, or else we can do by creating a function as well. If we just right click on query, there will be option called create function, which will store the complete query of that specified table. After that, we will discuss about convert to parameter and creating function also. We will create a few functions in coming session. We are already aware of advanced editor and properties. Advanced editor is nothing but of the advanced editor just we check, which contains the query of all the transformations or of all the applied steps. If you see, first step here is source. The same thing will go. Second thing will be navigation. It is taken as returns and it is choosing that particular table in navigation. After that, if you see the step name here in mQuery and also in applied steps, all the steps will be same. First thing will be change type. After that, filtered rows. After that, promoted headers. After that, change type 1. After that, filtered rows. All the steps will be transformed here in advanced editor into M language. The same steps here we have in GUI objects. After query properties, now we are going to discuss about a topic called query folder. Let me choose any one particular table which is available here now. I'm choosing orders table, and let me right click on this particular applied step, any one of the applied step, mostly the last step which is available in the applied step. If I do a right click on applied steps, I am getting few options to rename this particular step or delete that step or delete until end, insert a step after this particular step. Like that, I am getting some options. If you see, there is one particular option which is grayed out or deactive, which is view native query. View native query. The reason for this particular deactivation of this particular step is the current source of this particular orders table is Excel sheet. We are getting this particular orders table from Excel source. Let me connect some tables from my SQL server. Let me choose MySQL database from new source and click on connect. As I am connecting to my local database, I am using localhost as server. Localhost is the server name and database name. I have classic models as database name. After that, I am clicking on OK. I'm able to connect to data source. Now I have few tables called order. I have orders table. This is also one of the table. Let me choose this particular table for now and let me click on. Let me load this particular orders table. Previously, I showed one particular orders table which is from Excel as shown. This particular orders table is from MySQL as shown. Classic models orders is from MySQL as source. Now, if I just do a right click on this particular navigation step, if you see view native query option is enabled. Previously, it is disabled. That particular option was not there. It is grayed out or deactivated. Now it is working. Like view native query option is working. Let me do some small transformations on this particular day. For example, in orders table, I don't want the column called comments. I'm not using this particular column for analysis. I'm removing that particular column. Also, I don't want this particular customers kind of thing. I removed few of the columns. Also, let me extract year from order date. From order date column, I extracted year. Like I did some transformations. First transformation is I removed few of the columns. Columns are comments, classic models, customers, and order details. These three columns I removed. And I inserted a year column. Now, if I do right click on this particular last step, here native query got disabled. The reason is few of the transformations that we applied are not supporting SQL query. Let me explain you. Let me remove one particular step and let me see. Now, if I see here, now view native query option is working even after removing the column. Now let me click on this view native query option and let me tell you what this particular functionality is. I clicked on view native query and if you see a simple SQL select query is simple SQL select query. Okay. Now why we got this particular select query means by using native query, if we are able to convert this particular native query into select query, it means query folding is enabled in Power BI. Let me tell you what is query folding. Query folding is the ability of Power BI or Power Query to fetch the data from the source itself. Whenever we are connecting with any databases like SQL or MySQL, SQL Server, PLSQL or Oracle, any of the database related data sources or any of the cloud related databases, in this particular case, if we are fetching data from databases and if we are applying transformation without changing the structure of the tables, without affecting the structure of the tables, if we are applying the transformations, what Power Query will do is Power Query will apply those particular transformations inside SQL itself. It will push the transformations using SQL query. By writing Power Query, will write SQL query for all the transformations, and it will push that particular transformation for SQL itself. Instead of doing the transformation in Power Query, it will write an SQL query and it will push this particular transformation into database only. While fetching the data from the source, it will execute this particular query and fetch the data automatically. Query folding is the ability of Power Query to convert the transformations which are done in Power Query into a SQL query. By using that particular SQL query, from source itself, it will apply the transformations and it will directly fetch the data, applying the transformation without performing transformations after loading the data. This query folding is very useful in optimizing the performance. If we are using this query folding, which means if we right click on this particular transformation or last transformation, which is available in applied steps, if we are able to see native query, which means query folding is applied and query folding is working already, which means we have optimized data set or optimized data model or optimized table. If we are using query folding in Power Query, instead of performing all the transformations inside Power Query, it will convert the transformations into SQL query. And while fetching the data itself, it will apply all the transformation using that particular query. This is the working process of query folding. But query folding will not support all the transformations which are available in Power Query if we are not changing the core structure of the table. Without changing more structure of the table, and if we are working on any transformations, query folding will definitely work. Let me apply some filter on order date table. Let me choose date filter and let me choose year. Or let me choose equals to one specified date. Directly let me choose by basic filter. I choose the data of only one particular date. Now I have data of one particular date only. Now if I right click, if you see native query is enabled, it is working. If I click on view native query, if you see it applied filter on order date by using where class in SQL. It just wrote a query and on where class it applied the filter, which means whatever the transformation that we are applying on the table without changing the structure of the source table. Structure of the source table means data types or column names. If we don't change them and if we are fetching the data, definitely Power Query will be able to convert the transformations into SQL and native query will be enabled, which means query folding is working successfully. Here, what happened means whenever I am converting this shipped date into year, if you see currently shipped date column data type is date data type. So I am changing it to year. You see the data type, it is converting to number. That's why it is unable to perform the native query. If we keep the structure of the table as it is, means structure means column names along with its data types. If we keep the structure of the table as it is, then native query will work. After that, now let us discuss about the concept called parameters, which is available in home tab. Here we have option called manage parameters, where we can create new parameter or modify or change existing parameter value, or we can manage parameters, which means we can update any parameter or we can delete any existing parameter. We can play with all the parameter related things. So let us see why do we need to create this particular parameters. Here I have people table and orders table. In people table, I have details of the person or managers for each region. Like I have the person named Anna for West region, Kelly for Central region, Cassandra for South region, Chuck for East region. Like that, I have few people for each region. Similarly, I have orders related data based on each region. Here also, I have four different regions. Based on each region, I have orders related data. Here I have data in two different things. Now I want to have only East region data in my report. Now I can do one particular thing. I can go on filter based on region. I can go on filter East region. Similarly, in people table also I can filter East region. Only I can choose East region data. And I can click on close and apply and I can. Similarly, if I have more number of tables, like I have four or five tables or six or seven tables, and if I want to apply some filter on all these tables, I want to apply some filter. Then in this particular case, we will have two options. Either we can apply filters manually like this, the way in which I did right now, or else I can apply the filter by using parameter. Let me create a parameter and let me show. I clicked on manage parameters and I will choose new parameter. I am giving the name of the parameter as by default it took as parameter 2. I'm renaming as region parameter. And I am giving the description as choose a region. Choose a region. And I am giving data type as text because region value is of text data type. And I am giving value as any values by default. And I am giving my filter as East region. I want to see the data of East region. The value should be of same cases. E is capital in my data. That's why I'm using E capital in East. You should do the data in same case because Power Query is case sensitive thing. I clicked on OK. A parameter got created with value called East. Now I will directly go to this orders table and I will go to region column. I will go to region column. Here in text filters, I will choose equal to option. Instead of doing filtration normally, just typing value called is equals to, and instead here on ABC, if I click on it, I will have an option called parameter. If I choose the parameter, as I have only one parameter created in this particular report, I have only one parameter. That's why it is taking region parameter as default. If you have list of parameters, it will show the list. You have to choose the correct parameter based on which you want to filter. Now, if I click on OK, automatically East region data will be filtered. Same thing for people table also. I'm applying a text filter equals to, instead of ABC, I'm choosing parameter. It took region parameter directly. I clicked on OK. East region data got filtered, like data got filtered, and I am able to see only East region data, both in orders table and people table. Now, if I want to change this filter, like I want West region data or South region data, instead of changing filter in both the tables, dynamically I can change the value of parameter. We can change value of parameter directly here by changing the value, or else we can go to manage parameters and I can click on edit parameter. Edit parameter. If I click on edit parameter, this east value is there already. I will give west instead of, and click on OK. I gave west and clicked on OK. If I go to people's table now, if you see, I can see only west region there. Even orders table will be filtered only with west region data. If you see the region column, you can see only west region data. Similarly, even if I want to change any filter value, like if I want to change the data to central region, then I can just write central and click on data will be filtered with central region data. You can see region is filtered with central region data. This is how, if you want to make filters work dynamically, and if you are applying filters on multiple table at the same time, if you have 7 or 8 tables and you want same filter to be applied on all the tables at a time, then instead of changing value for each and every column which is present in each table, or instead of filtering data in each and every table separately, just we can create a parameter and we can apply filters based on the specified parameter, and we can modify the value whenever. Also, here for parameter, when it comes to this particular parameter, we choose the option called any value, which means we are giving only single value and we are selecting one, we are changing the particular value manually every time. Here, as I have only 4 regions, like east, west, north, and central, or east, west, south, and central, I think. As I have only 4 regions, I am able to remember the values and I am able to change the values here. Current value, I am able to change that. If suppose I need to apply filter based on multiple locations, let us consider based on city name, I want to apply the. Let us consider there are more than 3,000 cities. Is it possible for me to remember all the names of the cities exactly? No, it is not possible. That's why what we can do means, instead of giving value, we can choose list of values and we can enter data manually, like central. Similarly, like Excel, we can enter data manually. Is like this, we can enter the data manually. This is one particular option. Even giving values like this don't make any sense. If we have like 3,000 or 5,000 or 50,000 values to which required to be filtered, then even it will become difficult to enter the values manually. Then in that particular case, we can choose the option called query. Let me cancel this as of now and let me explain you what a query is. Let me remove this particular filter. which is applied. I applied filter on both the tables. Now I have this particular region column. By using the values present in this particular region column, I can create a list and I can store these particular values of region column or this single column in the form of list. This particular thing I can do in two different ways. First thing is, let me duplicate this people table. Let me remove this person column. I removed person column. Now I have only region column. Now here I have an option which is called convert to list. Let me redo it. I have an option called in transform tab. I have an option called convert to list. If I choose that particular column and if I click on convert to list, this particular column will be converted to a list. Column will be converted to a list. This is one particular process, or else instead of doing this much process, let me remove this people table completely. I can choose directly this region column. I can do a right click on the top of it. And I have a last option which is called add as new file. Even if I click on that, this region column will be created as a new list. List means list of values. With the name of region, a list got created. Now, if I have any duplicates, in this particular list, I can just remove those particular duplicates by using the option called remove duplicates. As of now, I don't have any duplicates. Even if I have any duplicates, for suppose I created a list from region column, which is available in orders table. Here in region column, which is available in orders table, I have a lot of duplicates. I'm adding this as a new query. It created a list as region 2. Now, if we see, there are a lot of duplicates. List is repeated for a lot of time. Similarly, all the values got repeated for a lot of time. I can just remove the duplicates in this particular list. I will get a unique value. Or else you can use like normal query. Let me use the normal query. I just showed you how to remove duplicates if we have any duplicates in the list. I removed the duplicates and now I have this particular list. This list will be saved as a separate file. Now I am going to my parameter. I will go to manage parameter. Now, if I choose the option called query, now I will have region, this particular list as a query. If I choose region query or region list here, and I am choosing central as current value, and if I click on OK, this parameter will have that particular list of values. Now, if I just apply filter based on region column using the parameter, I'm using the parameter as the filter, region parameter. Now it is taking central as value as I gave central as current value. Now, if you see, if I go to edit parameter, here I have value called center or default value or current value is center. So I want to change any values. Now I can select those values from them. This particular list feature or query feature will be used whenever we have huge number of values. If it is not possible to remember all the values and to apply filter based on the specified value, then we can create a list based on any column which are available in table. Like we can create based on city column, state column, or region column, any of the columns based on the requirement. And by using that particular list, we will create the parameter. Now, if I choose east here and click on OK and refresh preview, data will be filtered to east region. Similarly, data will be filtered to east region in order table. If I want to change any filter again, just go to edit parameters. Instead of east, I can choose any other values. Let me choose south. Let me click on refresh preview. If you see, data is filtered based on south. This is how we can filter the data of multiple tables at the same time dynamically by using parameters. Also, we have multiple other uses of parameters. Some of them is like if we are using multiple environments as data source. If our data source have dev, test, acceptance, and production kind of environments, we can keep those environments or servers, server ID or server name, something, those credentials in the form of parameters. And we can modify the data sources by using the parameters instead of having like data instead of changing data sources from dev to test, test to acceptance, acceptance to production manually. By using parameters, we can switch the data source easily. Let me show you. Let us consider we created a parameter. Sorry, we created a list, and based on in that particular list, or we directly created a parameter and we choose like multiple values, list of values, and we enter the multiple data sources which are available here. Let us consider I have four different data sources of each environment. First data source is of dev environment, second one is test, third one is acceptance, and fourth one is production. Let us consider I have multiple data sources. Now, instead of switching each data source manually, I can create the particular parameter and I will go to data source settings. Data source settings. If I go to data source settings, here I will have an option to change data source. Change source. Here for file path, currently I am getting data from an Excel sheet and the path of that particular Excel sheet is this. This is the path of that Excel sheet. Means here I am giving the text. I am giving path directly as text. If I have multiple data sources, instead of having it as text here, I can choose the option called parameter. And whatever the value, default value which is selected in parameter will act as data source. Like if we can by using edit parameter, we can change the value of the data source and we can switch between one data source to another data sources very easily. Like this, we can do multiple things. We can perform multiple actions using these parameters. I told you like few of the most used use cases. We discussed about parameters from query folding, and query folding can be used whenever we are connecting to any cloud or any server based even on premises databases only. If they are anything related to SQL, then we can use query folding. It is the ability of Power Query to change the transformations into SQL query. After changing the transformations into SQL query, it will it is called as native query feature. It will directly fetch the transformations from source itself. While fetching the data, it will apply this SQL query and it will complete the transformations and fetch the data. Now, let us discuss about like different types of extensions Power BI file can have. If you save any Power BI file, by default, Power BI file will be saved in PBIX form, which is nothing but of Power BI extension.
Let me go to file and let me use save as option. Let me save it. If you see here, Power BI file by default, it is going to get saved in PBIX file. There will be one more important format, which is called as PBIT file, which is nothing but a Power BI template file. The purpose of this particular Power BI template file, let us consider you created a report in Power BI, and report consists of almost all 1 GB or 2 GB data. You have a huge volume of data like 1 GB or 2 GB. If you want to share your report for some other developer, let us consider multiple developers are working on the same report. You want to share the report to some other developer. If you try to share whole report in PBIX format, this PBIX format will consist of visuals and also the data. It will consist of visuals and also the data. That's why it will occupy a lot of storage, and you need to share complete 2 GB or 1 GB file to the other user. But if you save the same file in PBIT form, let me go to file, let me use save as option. Let me save the same file in Power BI template form and save. If you want, I can give any template description, it is optional. And I saved this particular file in PBIT file. Now, let me show you the files. If you see this 1.3 MB file, 1.30 MB file is PBIX format file, and this 34 KB file, 33.5 KB file is PB80 file, which is PB80 file. If you want, I can show the properties. You can see the extension. It is PB80 file. The file which is only 34 KB is PB80, and the file which is 1.3 MB is PBIX file. Why there is this huge difference in storage is PBIT file and Power BI template file will store only the visuals and the metadata of the tables. Metadata of the tables in the sense it will store the source of the table, and it will just store the schema, which means just the table names in columns. It will just store the structure of the tables and also the visuals. It will not store any data which is present in the table. If you want data which is present in the table, then you need to refresh that report completely. If you want to see that particular data, you have to refresh that particular. By default, you will not be having any of the data present in template file, PBIT. If I try to open this PBIT file, it is asking parameters. Like if we have any parameters uh, exist in the report, it will ask for the parameters first. We have to choose the parameter. I'm choosing some parameter. Some parameter is existing in my report. I'm choosing that parameter. After that, it will load the report. If we don't have any parameter, it will just give the empty file, like empty PBIX file, which have only the visuals and also which have only the metadata of the tables. And it will load the data and it will show the report. If you see, it is loading the data and it is showing us the report. This PBIT file is loading complete data and showing. Let me close. This is how whenever we store data in whenever we store report in PBIT format, it will not store any data. It will just store the structure of tables or metadata and also the visuals. That's why it will occupy very less storage and it will be easy to store, share the PBIX file, sorry, Power BI file in the format of PB80 file. It will be easy to share, even if you want to share 10 or 20 times. If you are sharing 10 or 20 GB files, it will consume a lot of storage. Instead of that, if you share PB80 file, it will just occupy like 100 KB or 1 MB or 2 MB. Within 2 or 3 MB, you can share that particular file. And whenever another user tries to open that particular file, it will try to refresh the data and it will load the data from the source. And also we will use PBIT files in few other use cases. Let me explain one use case for me. Very well. Let us consider you have created a report and you created report for all the regions. If you have 4 different regions in data, you created the report for all the 4 regions. And your requirement is you have to create separate report for each and every region. For each and every region, you have to create separate. In that particular case, what you can do is you can take region value as parameter. You can have region value as parameter. And by using that particular parameter, you can create a PBIT file. Whenever you are trying to open that PBIT file, it will ask value for the region. If you choose East region and click on OK, the whole report will be loaded only with East region data. Then you can save that particular. Again, you can open the template file. Again, it will ask for parameter. You can choose region value as list and you can save it as separate report. It will load the data again. This is how we can create reports for all the regions at a single step and in a single stretch. Instead of doing all the work again and again, we can do the complete work in a single stretch by using Power BI template, PBIT format. These are the two formats where we will use in development mostly PBIX and PBIT format. Okay, now let us see all the transformations and most used transformations which are available in Home tab of Power Query. The most used transformation which is available in Home tab is like group by, which is used to group the data to one particular granularity. After that, we will also use split column based on the requirements. If we want to split based on delimiter or number of characters or based on requirement, we will split column. We will also mostly use first row as header. Use first row as header. After that, we will change data types. Automatically, Power BI is able to detect the data type and it will change data type automatically. Even if it require any manual change, if any column data type is not detecting properly, then you need to change the data type manually. Then you can change data type here. Also, we have option to replace any values. For example, here in this particular column, if you want to replace one value with another value, instead of in New York, you don't want space between you and year. Then you can click on replace value here. Right click on the column, replace value. You can give New York here and New York without space. It will be replace with, and you can click on OK. Just let me show you. Replace values. Value to find is new space here. I want to replace with value without space. And if I click on OK now, it will be value will be replaced. These are the mainly used transformations in Home tab. After that, we will use close and apply. Here we have 3 different features. Close and apply means It will close Power Query and it will apply all the transformations that we have done in Power Query. It will close Power Query and it will apply all the transformations which are done in Power Query to Power Pivot. Means Power BI file. Power Query is a separate ETL tool which is available in Power BI. Right? It will move all the transformations into Power Pivot. Just next step. After that, we have option called apply. If you want to open like Power Pivot, sorry, if you want to open Power Query, here you want to stay in Power Query itself. You don't want to close the Power Query. And if you want to apply transformations into Power Pivot without closing Power Query, in that particular case, we will click on only apply, where you will stay in Power Query itself in the same view, and all the transformations will be applied to Power Query. We have option to close, where you will close Power Query without applying any transformations to Power Query. It will not apply any transformations that you have done to Power Query, and it will just close the Power Query. These are the three options which we have available at close and apply. After that, new source is used to fetch the data from any of the sources. Like if you want to fetch the data, there are 150 plus data sources are available in Power BI to get the data from any of these source. You can connect to that specified source using the credentials, and you can fetch the data into Power. After that, we have recent data sources option, where recent data sources, like I connected to a folder, I connected to multiple Excel sheets, and I connected to MySQL server, which is local database by using localhost as server name. All these recent sources are existing in Power Query. Power Query saved all these data sources. If I click on any of these data sources, I will be able to connect to that specified database data source automatically. Instead of connecting to the data source from new source and choosing that particular feature, if it is one of your recent source, by using recent source option, you can directly navigate to that particular data source. After that, we have enter data feature, where you can enter data manually like an Excel sheet. If you want to give data like input, like I want to have three columns, student where age. So I want data in three different columns and I want to insert some values. If you want to enter the data manually, then you have enter data option. So we can give table name, whatever. And click on open. That particular table will be loaded to Power Query. If you want to enter any data manually, here from enter data option, we can enter. After that, we checked about data source settings, where we will have list of all the data sources. And if you want to change any data source, we can click on change source and we have option to change the data source here. After that, we have one more feature called parameters. Parameter is used to send the value as input, where you can provide values in the format of list, or you can create a new query and you can take it as a new query. Also, you can give any single default value of any specified data type. After that, we have refreshing options, where we have refresh preview, refresh all, and cancel refresh. If you want to refresh only the selected table, currently I'm in student table. If I want to refresh only this particular student table, then I can click on refresh preview. Only student table will be refreshed. For example, if you see here, this table is refreshed like 4 days ago. Now, if I just click on refresh preview, only this particular table will be refreshed. Some other tables will not be changed. Remaining tables are still 4 days old. They are not yet refreshed. All the remaining tables are 4 days and 6 days old. Now, if I click on refresh all the tables which are available in Power Query, now whatever the tables which are available in Power Query, all the tables will be refreshed. And if you are refreshing any table and if you want to stop that particular refresh suddenly, then you can click on cancel refresh. All these three are refresh related options. After that, we have table properties or query properties where we can change table name. We can change table name from this query properties option here, or else we have properties option in the right side where we can change the name here as well. Also, you can right click on table name or query name and you will have option called rename table and you can rename the table here as well. Any at any place we can rename that particular table. The additional feature that we have here is like we can give description of that particular table. For example, I have student table. If I go to properties, table name is student, and I can give description for this particular table. Why I am storing this particular table. Complete notes in few lines we can give here. After that, we discussed about enable load to report and include in report refresh. These two things we discussed in query properties. Already we discussed about that. Like enable load to the report. If we click on this particular option, then only whenever we click on close and apply or apply all the transformations, this particular table will be loaded to Power Pivot. If we disable this particular functionality, table will not be loaded into Power Pivot. It will end in Power Query only. It will stay only in Power Pivot. If it is a static table and data will not change on regular basis, and we don't want to refresh, then we can disable including report refresh. Then this particular table refresh will be automatically disabled. After that, we have advanced editor where we have M query for the transformations that we have done in Power Query, whatever the transformations that we have done for all those transformations, M query, M language will be written by Power Query automatically in this advanced editor. If we go to any particular table, if we click on advanced editor, M query related to that particular table will be written here in advanced editor. After that, we have in manage, we have three different things. They are delete table, duplicate table, and reference table. We discussed about these three functionalities also already. Here we discuss about the same things. Here also we have same options. Copy, delete, rename, enable load, including report, refresh, duplicate, reference. All these are same options. After that, in manage columns, we have choose columns option. Like if you want to remove more columns or if you want to fetch only few columns from the table, like you have 150 or 200 columns in the table, out of them you want to you want to get only you want to load only 10 or 15 columns, you can go to this particular option and you can select only that required columns. For example, I want only these 5 columns. I will choose only these 5 columns and click on it. All the remaining columns will be removed. If you see the step here, we remove other columns. Step is named as remove other columns. This is how by using choose columns feature, we can remove the unwanted columns. And if you want to navigate to any specified column, if you have like 100 or 150 columns, and if you are facing difficulty to find the column, we can go to column feature and we can just give column. For example, I want to find city column. I will just give type city here, automatically it will fetch that particular column. Now, if I choose here and click on OK, it will automatically Power Query will navigate to that specified column. Whenever you have many columns and if you are facing difficulty to navigate to that specified column, we can use go to column functionality. After that, we have remove columns and remove other columns. Similarly, here also in choose columns, we can select only the required columns and we can remove all the other columns, all the unrequired columns. Here also the same function. If you want to remove only one or two columns from a bigger table, then you can choose only the two columns and click on remove columns. If you want only two columns and remove all the remaining unwanted columns, only choose those two columns and click on remove them. These are the functionalities available in manage columns in Counter. After that, we have row level functionalities where we can reduce rows, where we can keep rows. If you want to keep only first 100 or 200 rows, you want only 200 rows in the table, then you can click on keep top rows. And if you give 100 as parameter or 100 as input, then it will keep only 100 rows and it will remove all the remaining rows. Similarly, keep bottom rows. If you want to keep only last 500 rows or latest 500 rows, then we will choose keep bottom rows option. And if we give 500 as input, it will keep only the last 500 rows and it will remove all the previous rows which are available. Or if you want to keep any range of rows, for example, you want to keep from 50th row to 100th row, like that 50 rows you want from row number 50 to 100. Then in that case, what you need to do, you need to give first starting row that you want. Like you are starting from row number 50 and you want next 51 rows to reach 100. As we are including 50 also, row number 50 also, you need 51 records to reach 100. Then you have to give 50 as first parameter where you are choosing the starting record. As next parameter, you have to give number of rows that you want to filter. There you need to just give 51. From 50th row, next to 51 rows you are taking. That is how we can keep a range of rows. After that, if you choose keep duplicates, we already discussed like above three functionalities which are available above this line. If you observe, if I remove the cursor, there is line between in keep rows. There is a small line between top three functionalities and bottom two. For keep row, keep duplicates and keep errors, there is a separator. There is a small line here. The line is to indicate that above functionalities will be worked only at table level, but these below two functionalities will work both at table level and column level. If you choose any column and if you click on keep errors, only if there are any errors in that particular column, it will keep that particular text. It will remove all the normal ones. It will keep only the errors. If you want to keep only the duplicates, if you want to remove all the remaining values, if you want to keep only the duplicates, it will remove only the first current record. For example, you have name called Ram. The same name is available for 10 more times. Totally, you have name called Ram for 11 times. Now, if you choose the option called keep duplicates, it will remove the first occurrence of Ram. First time whenever you are giving the value called Ram, it will remove that particular thing and remaining all the 10 occurrences, it will print. That is how it will keep only duplicates. Similarly, we have remove rows option, remove top rows, remove bottom rows, remove alternative rows, remove duplicates, remove blank rows, remove errors. These are the different functionalities that we have. After that, we have sorting feature where we can sort the data in ascending or descending order. Like based on, for example, based on sales value, I want data in descending order. I want highest sold item at the first and least sold item at the first. Then I can choose sales column and I can choose sort. It will give highest sales value to least sales value. After that, we discuss about this transform functionalities, split column group by changing data type, first as header, replace value. After that, we discuss about this combined queries also. We have option called merge queries, append queries, and combine. So these are the three things. At last, we have AI insights. AI insights. What is the purpose of this particular AI insights? Which this Power BI is a tool which is not only used by data analysts, It will also be used by data scientists, the people who ever using machine learning and all. They will use this particular AI insight functionalities. Let me give you an example so that you will understand in which kind of scenarios they will, at least they will use this particular functions. For example, you are maintaining data of any some food delivery application or something. Let us take example some Zomato or Swiggy as an example. And you got lot of feedbacks from customers related to food items or related to some products which were sold. There are lot of feedbacks. Feedbacks are in the form of text. Like you don't have any value like 1 star, 2 star, 3 star, or 4 star. You have only text related feedback. Like some values are like food is good, food is not good, like taste is not good. Like there are some comments like that. Based on those comments, you have to do analysis. If you have only text related things, how can you calculate how many reviews are like positive reviews? Like what is the percentage of positive reviews and what is the percentage of negative reviews? How can we calculate? Humanly, it is not possible because we have to check row by row, which is positive review, which is negative review, which contains like negative words, which contain positive words. It is very difficult to check row by row because we will have lakhs and millions of records. That's why we will choose the particular column and we will use the option called text analytics. Based on the text which is present in that particular column, it will analyze the complete text and it will give the insights based on the existing text. Like in this particular column, you have feedbacks of the customers. You have 70% positive feedbacks and 30% of the records contain negative feedbacks. These are the complete statistics of this specific column. That is how AI will detect complete data. It will analyze complete data and it will give the feedback. These features, AI insights will be used by data scientists. Let us discuss about the transformations which are available in transform tab. Group by, we already discussed about group by, which is used to group the data at one particular hierarchy. We have group by, we have used first row as header. If you want to use first row as header, if our query is unable to recognize the first row as header, if you want to do it manually, we can do it here. After that, we discussed about transpose already, which is used to interchange rows into columns and columns into rows. After that, we have option called reverse rows. For example, here I have rows in this particular order. I want same rows in reverse order, 40, 30, 20. Instead of having in normal order, I want the same rows in the reverse order. This particular reverse rows, we will use it whenever we want only the latest orders or latest transactions. Transactions will be in order, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, like that. One after another transactions will be there. If you want latest transaction, you have to take the like highest number of transaction wherever the transaction ID number is maximum. Like if there are 1,000 transaction ID number 1,000 will be the latest transaction. If you want to sort the data from latest transaction to oldest transaction, then we will use reverse source. It will just change the data from top to. It is not same as ascending and descending order because even if you have same data with jumbling, like first you have 20, after that you have 10, like that you have data in different orders. For example, let us consider I am choosing like department name column. Here data is not in any ascending or descending. Now if I reverse this particular rows, just rows got reversed. It is not sorting the data, it is reversing the rows. After that, we have count rows functionalities. This particular count rows functionality is used to return the number of rows which are present in them. Here we have four rows. If I click on count rows, it will return four as well. It just returning the number of rows that are present. After that, we already know the data type. Here also, even in transform tab, we can change the data type of any column. We also have option to detect the data type. If our query fails to detect automatically, we can choose that particular column, and also we can click on detect data type so that Power Query will try to detect the data type for that specific. After that, even if you want to rename any column, here we have rename option. Also, by double clicking on the column, we can rename that specified column. We have option to replace value. If you want to replace one value with another value, especially we will use this replace value whenever we are using data which contains null values kind of thing. If you want to replace null with zero or null with any other values, then we will replace null value with that particular value and we'll fill the data. After that, we have pivot and unpivot option. We discussed about it, like what is pivot and what is unpivot. Usually, we will, for analysis purpose, we will use unpivoted data. After that, we have one option called fill up and fill down. This functionality also we will use it. Let me check if I have any data with LPCs. Then let me explain you this particular thing. For example, let us consider you have one particular column, and in the specified column, you have some blank value. You want to fill that blank value. There is blank value because users gave it wantedly because the above value must be there. For example, let me open an Excel sheet and let me show. Let us consider you have year-wise, month-wise data. 2025, I have 4 months data. And I have, let us consider I have some sales values. Like this, I have year-wise, month-wise sales. Here, business gave me this particular data. But here, even though all the remaining like bottom values are related to same 2025, they mentioned 2025 as value only in months, and they kept all the bottom values as blank, and we have to consider them as true. In this particular case, to fill all these particular values with the same number, here I want to fill all the remaining three records with the same number called 2020. In this particular case, what I can do is I can just click on fill down. It will fill the data with the same value which is present in the previous cells or above cells. If above cells have this particular value, for example, this cell have data, and we let us consider below three cells are blank. These three cells are blank, and only this particular cell have data. Now, if I choose fill down option, the same value will be filled for next three records. This is how we can use fill down. Similarly, fill up also. If you are filling data to the above rows, you can use fill up. If you are filling data to the below rows or bottom rows, then you can use fill down. After move is a transformation which is used to change the position of the column. For example, you have this particular discount column. You want to move it to last position. You can just go to move and you can click on move to. This particular discount column will be moved to last. You have profit. You want profit immediately after sales. Immediately after sales column, you should have profit. After that, you can have quantity and all. Then you can click on move option and you can just choose move to left. It will just move one position. If you choose move to left, it will move towards left direction for one particular position. Move to right will move for one particular position towards right side. Move to beginning means this column will be moved as first column. Move to end means column will be moved as last column. After that, we have option called convert to list where we converted some columns into lists while creating parameter. List is also an object of Power Query like a table which contains only a single column. If we want to convert any column to list, we can click on this particular option, or else we can do a right click on column and choose the option add as new query. Even this particular add as new query converts the column into a. After that, we have some text transformations like split. We have format, which converts data into lowercase, uppercase, capitalize each word means first letter of every word will become a capital letter. Trim is a function which is used to remove all the additional space. If you want to remove any space at the starting of the word or at the ending of the word, then we will use trim. After that, clean is used whenever we have non-printable characters. For example, if you have sometimes whenever we load data into from any source to Power BI, if the data type is not supported by Power Query, it will be considered as a non-printable format or error format kind of. Sometimes you will have data in the format of symbols and all. Then data will not be printed. In that particular case, we can clean this particular data by using this particular option. After that, we have add prefix and add suffix. If you want to add any additional values at the front of the any value in a specified column, for example, I have employee column. For example, in ename column for employee, in ename column, I want to add one prefix to that. I want to add Mr. or Mrs. something. If I want to add some prefix, then I can just go to format and I can choose add prefix and I will choose just restore. Automatically, this particular thing will be added as prefix to every value. Even if you want to add the data at the end, prefix will add data at the beginning of the value. If you want to add any data at the end of each value present in the particular column, then we can use as suffix. We can add it as suffix. After that, if we are merging data of multiple columns into a single column, then we will use merge columns functionality. After that, we have extract where we can extract data from a text column. If you want only first 10 characters of that particular column. For example, you have a column called department name or you have location. You don't want complete location. You want short name of the location. You are considering first two or three characters as the short name of location. Then you can click on extract based on length. So here, sorry, extract first characters and click on the number of characters that you. If you choose two, it will just return the first two characters. This is how we can extract text from any column. If we want to print the length of values present in that particular column, then we can choose length. Even if you want to print last few characters, we can choose last characters. Similarly, if you want to print any range of characters, like you want to print characters from second, third character to fifth character, then you can just choose three comma. First three indicates the first character that you want to print from, and two indicates number of characters that you from third character you want to print two characters. Like after that, we can if you have any delimiters or separators in the column, based on that separators. If you want to separate the text into multiple columns, then text we can use text before delimiter, text after delimiter, and text between delimiters option. After that, we have trace. This is functionality whenever we will use whenever we have XML or JSON format of. These are also the data formats where we will have data in key value paired format. It is not that much heavily used, but in JSON usually we will have data in key value pair format. If we have data in that particular format, and if we load that particular data into Power Query to convert that key value pairs into normal columns, then we will choose this particular place option. This particular option will be used to select that particular columns and convert that particular key value pairs into columns and convert them as proper tables in PowerPoint. Similarly, we have some number functionality where we can do any statistical related calculations like sum, minimum value, maximum value, median, average, standard deviation, count, distinct count, all these things, numerical things, usually we will do in DAX and Power BI. But here in Power Query also we have like a few of the options. Even if we are doing some calculations based on multiple columns. For example, I have orders table where I have sales and I have both sales column and profit column. Now I want investment amount. How much amount is invested? It is nothing but of sales minus profit. This is the amount you sold for. This is the profit you got. If you remove profit from selling price, then you will get your investment. Similarly, we can choose both the columns. Here we can give value manually. Okay. Maybe if we want only to subtract any specified value, like if you want to subtract 10 from this particular profit, so from all the rows in this specified column, then we can use subtract and multiply if you want to multiply with any value, add if you want to add with any value, then we can use this particular standard functionalities. After that, we have some scientific related calculations like power, square root, logarithm, and all. These trigonometric scientific functionalities will be mostly used by research people if they are doing some research with more complex mathematical calculations kind of thing. If they need some logarithm like sine, cos, and this kind of like mathematical things, then they will mostly go to this scientific and trigonometric related calculations. These are not the regularly usable things, don't worry. After that, we have a rounding where we can do round up, round down, and round. First, when it comes to round, if we have any decimal values, for example, here I have 219.58. If the value which is after the point is greater than or equal to 5, then it will round to next value. For example, here we have 219.58. If I choose rounding for this particular column, it will ask how many decimal places we want. If I choose 0, it means I don't want any decimal places. See, the value got rounded to 2. Like if the value which is present after the decimal point is less than 5. For example, here if you see minus 383.03. Here I have after decimal point, the first value is less than or equal to 5. Sorry, less than 5. In this particular case, it will round to the previous value, like it will round to 382. We can also round up, which means always, even if it is even after the point the decimal value is greater than or equal to 5 or less than 5, whatever the scenario, you want to round the value only to the next value. For example, if there is 41.1, even if there is 41.1 instead of 41.9, you want to round it to 42. It will always round to the next value. If I choose round up, it will always round to the next value. Similarly, round down will always round previous value. Even if there is 41.9, you have to round it to 41. You should not consider it as 1. Then you will choose round down. After that, we have some information related transformation, which is used to find whether the value is even or whether the value is odd. After that, we have side, which is used whenever we want to find whether the number is like positive or negative. If the number is a positive value, it will return 1 or it will return -1 or so. Let me, for profit column, I am clicking on side. Let us see what. Wherever the data is positive, it is returning 1. Whenever the data is negative, it is returning -1. It is just to indicate like whether the number is positive number or negative. After that, we have few date and time related transformations. If we have any date column, if you observe, like whenever you are clicking on some transformation, some specified column, based on the data type of that particular column, some transformations are getting activated and deactivated out. If I am clicking on order ID, if you see, let me choose order ID, some of the functions are deactivated and only few are activated. If I am clicking on row ID, some of the functions got activated and some are deactivated. This will be automatically opted by Power Query based on the type of data that is present in that specified. Let me choose order date. As it is date data type thing, all the date related transformations got activated. Let me click on the drop down here. From this particular order date, I can find the age in the sense the time difference between the existing date which is available here and the current. If you want to find date only, if you have like date time together and you want to get only date from that specified column, then you can use date only option. Whether we have trace which is not disabled for now. Let us see about it as well. After that, we have year, which is used to fetch the year value from the order date. Similarly, we have month, which is used to fetch month value from the same date value. We can fetch year value and month value in the required format. If you want start of month, end of month, even if you want name of the month in text, if you just choose month, it will give month number. If you want month name completely, then you have to choose name of. Similarly, we have quarter, we have week, we have day. Similar like that, we can choose all the things from date column. If you have date and time together, then we can separate by using date only. If you want to get only date, we will separate by using date only. If you have date and time separately and you want to combine them as date time, then you can choose option called combine data. After that, earliest will give the like lowest date available in the table. Latest will give the highest or maximum of date available. These are the date functions available. Similarly, we have some functions. We have time related column. Let's check about them. I just changed the data type of one date column to date type. That's why it is giving time as zero everywhere. But let us see what are the functions that are in time. If you want to fetch time only, and if we don't want date value, then we can choose time only. And mostly, if you want to extract hour, minute, or second separately, then we can choose this particular functions. After that, we have earliest and latest. We can find earliest and latest values from duration time as well. Similarly, we have some duration related thing. If you find any age or difference between start date and end date, then you can use duration. Let me click on age and let me fetch age for this particular column. Now, this particular thing is giving age in days. It is giving age for the particular existing date in days. If I go to duration, then I can change it to like days, hours, minutes, seconds, years, total days, hours, total minutes, total seconds, multiply, divide, or statistics, anything. If I want to sum of complete all the ages, then I can do these statistics related things. By default, it is in. If I choose days, it will fetch the data only in days. It will remove all the additional. This is how by using, if we have any duration things like based on date column, if we find any duration or age, then for that particular duration, we can apply some transformations by using this function. After that, we have R script and Python script. These particular two functionalities are used. For example, we can do data transformations not only in Power Query, we can do data transformations even in SQL, we can do data transformations even in Python, we can do data transformations even in R language. Even we have some external tools like SSIS as well. For example, if somebody is not using Power Query, they are not aware of all these functionalities in Power Query. They are not aware of all these functions, all these UI options which are available in Power. They just know Python language. They can write Python code for all the transformations and they can run that Python script. They can run the Python script directly in Power Query to complete the transformations. Similarly, R language. For running R language or Python, they must install the specified tools which supports Python or R in their system. And they have to give path of that particular thing. Like for example, let me show you how it works. Let me click on close and apply. For example, if someone want to integrate Python into their Power Query, they have to go to File option in Power BI. They have to go to Options and Settings. Options and Settings. In this particular thing, they have to go to Options. Here they have Python scripting option. Here they have Python scripting option. Here they have to give the path of that Python software. Wherever they have Python software in their system, they have to give that particular path of that software and click on it. After doing that, if they write any code in Python for doing some transformations, and if they execute that Python code, Python script will be executed in the particular. They can just write the code here and they can click on OK. See, even here gave how to install Python. Python isn't installed to install Python and start scripting. Go to options and settings, options and Python. Here Python just give the installing path of the application that you are using to execute the Python. If we choose that particular option and if we execute Python code by using Python code also, we can apply any transformations. The next tab which is available in Power Query is Add Column tab. If you observe this Transform tab and Add Column tab, from text, from number, and from date and type, all these transformations are seen. In Transform tab, here you have these groups with the name of text column, number column, and date and time column transformations. But in Add column, you have like from text, from number, and from date and time. These are the same transformations, but if you apply the transformation from Add column tab, it will add an additional column to the table and it will return the output in that new column. But if you do the transformation in Transform tab, transformation will be applied on the same column instead of adding one more additional column. For example, let me show you an example. For example, I have this location column. If I want to convert, let us consider I want to convert these location values into lowercase. If as I am doing this transformation in add column tab, if I click on lowercase, a new column will be created. Instead of applying transformation on the same column, a new column will be created. If I apply the same transformation in transformation tab, transform tab, I'm applying the same transformation. It applied on the same column instead of adding one more another. Now, these are the common transformations. The only difference is if you apply the transformation using add column tab, it will add a new column to the table. Here we have few additional transformations, which are column from example, which is nothing but for example, here I want to extract first three characters from this particular column. Then instead of doing any transformation, then we can just click on column from example and it is asking from selected column. Here we want to provide what is the output that we are expecting. For example, from New York, I am expecting the first three characters. I am expecting new. Or else I want to apply multiple transformations. I want to convert remaining letters into small cases. From New York, I am I am having only first character as capital letter and all the remaining cap letters as small letters. And also I am taking only first three characters. I gave first word. After that, it is returning it is showing the preview of all the remaining values. No, I want only first character. That's why I will modify one more thing. Let me change this almost. I want only first three characters. Now you can see as I gave sample outputs for two records, it is giving output for remaining two records. It is automatically transforming the data and it is giving me the results. If you observe here, this column from examples will write a M query automatically based on the given output. For example, there is a specified column. I want this specified, I am expecting this kind of output from that particular column. If I give sample outputs for two or three rows, automatically it will apply transformation for all those. For that particular transformation, for applying that particular transformation, Power Query will automatically write a M. If I click on OK, it will create a new column which contains first characters and also in small cases. Only the first letter will be in capital case, all the remaining letters in small cases. All the changes were applied for all. Similarly, we have custom column. For example, you have to do some functionality like there is a requirement. I have a table which contains of, let me check for age column. It will be easier for me to give the example. There is age column. Okay. Here, if you observe in this particular table, I have a column called product. In this particular column, I have values. I have values called electric bike, motorbike, sports bike, cycle, bike, and all. Now, I want a separate column or custom column based on this specified column. Let us consider. Now, let us see how I can use this particular custom. Let me choose the option called custom column. It is asking what you want to get from this particular custom. For example, if it is auto, I want it as three-wheeler. If it is bike, I want it as two-wheeler. Like that, I want to create some other. Then what we need to do here is we need to give the column name and we need to give the M query which is used to perform this particular transaction. We need to write a small M query here. Let me show you a small example for that particular M query. For example, here I have six. I want a custom column which adds me some GST value. For example, let us consider this sales value as selling price. I want to add some GST value also. Then what can we do next? I am taking sales with GST. I will add this sales column. I will insert the sales column. And let us consider 18% is GST. To add that 18%, I will multiply the sales with 1.18. Which means I am adding 18% additional. I can multiply with 1 and I can add the same value with 18%, or else I can directly multiply with 1.18, which will add 18% to existing sales value. If I click on OK, see, it automatically created a custom calculation based on that custom calculation. It gave me a custom. If we want to do any small calculations based on one particular column, and if you want to return down, then we can choose custom. Similarly, if you want to do some calculation and you want to reuse that particular calculation multiple times, you want to do some calculation and you want to reuse the same calculation multiple times. For example, here I have sales in orders table. I have sales, profit, quantity, and discount. My requirement is I want to find some investment amount is nothing but of, let us consider sales minus profit, which returns the investment. Here, if I click on invoke custom function, as I don't have any functions as of now, it will just show something like I created a function to transform the file. Don't worry about that. But let me go to home tab to create a new function for any calculation. If you want to have any function to do some calculations, then we can go to new source and we can click on a blank query. Blank. This particular blank query will be created. where a formula bar will be opened, and this particular formula bar is used to write M language or M. If you write a M query here in formula bar, that particular query will act as a function. For example, here in my requirement, I have two columns which are like sales and profit. First, I have to declare those two columns. Here I am writing a small M language syntax. It is not required most of times, but we can just I am giving column one, name of the column as column one, as number. M is a case sensitive language. We have to write it very carefully. And I am taking one more column. First column, let us consider I took first column for sales. I am taking second column. This is also a number data type value. I have two columns, column one and column two. Now, by using this column one and column two, I want to get some out. Now, after giving equal to and greater than symbol, I have to give the calculation that I want to do for this column one and column. I want to subtract column two from column. This is my function. Column one is related to sales and column two is related to profit. I want output as column one minus column sales minus profit. Let me click on the tick mark. It created some function. Let me give the name for this particular function as investment. Investment. And I'm going to orders table. In this particular orders table, if I just want the value of investment, I will click on invoke custom function. Here it is asking for column name. Let me choose investment is the output column name. Why it is not taking this particular thing as function. I have to provide equal to here. I forgot to provide while writing M language. First, we have to give equal. Now it is asking column one and column two as well. Sorry for that. Now I am going to profit column and I am using invoke custom function. Here it is asking column name, like what is the expected column name for the output. Here I am giving column name as investment amount. investment. I am choosing the function query. My function name is also investment, and it is asking column one and column. As I am taking column one, I am clicking on column one and I am clicking on invoke custom function. Automatically, it is choosing column one value for column. Now, let me choose value for second column. I am choosing sales. Actually, I need to do sales minus profit. Let me choose column one as sales and let me choose column two as profit and let me click on. It will execute that particular function. It will do sales minus profit and it is giving me investment value. If you want to reuse this particular calculation for multiple times also, just by clicking on invoke custom function, we can execute the particular function where we stored the M query. This is the M query for function. While writing the M query, we have to remember that M query is case sensitive and also M query should be started with equal to. By clicking on invoke custom function, we can execute the functions which are available over here. After that, we have an option called conditional column. Based on any column present in your table, if you want to create a custom column, for example, here I have sales column. If the sales value of any record is greater than 1000, then I want to return the output as bigger sales. If it is less than 1000, then smaller scale, smaller sales like that. I want to divide the data based on sales. Just I will choose sales column and click on conditional column. It will give me the option. Let me give the column name as category. In this particular category column, I will divide the data based on sales amount. If sales amount is greater than 1000, then I want to return one particular amount. If sales amount is less than 1000, then I want to return some other column is like sales column is greater than 1000. If sales is greater than 1000, then I have to choose as bigger sale. Let me delete it. We need to have multiple conditions. We have else class. If sales is greater than 1000, it is bigger sale. Else, it will be a smaller. I want output as bigger or smaller based on the sales in category column. If I click on OK, a new column will be created. If I filter only bigger sales, if you see the sales amount for bigger sales, sales amount value will be only greater than, if you observe, sales amount value is greater than 1000 for everything. For smaller sales, only it contains the data where sales amount is less than 1000. If you want to get count of smaller sales and bigger sales separately, then we can do it easily in Power. If you have any column based on that particular column, if you want to create any custom column based on some sales conditions, then we can use conditional column. After that, we have index column. Index column is nothing but it is a similar to auto increment, which will generate sequence of values one after another. If you want any ID or some value column which represent each row separately, in that particular case, we will create index column. Here we will have three options where index will start from 0. First value, first row will start with 0. Our index value will start with 1. Or we can start this index with any custom number. If I click on custom, for example, for my first record, I want to give ID as 1000. From 1000 or 1001, I want to start the IDs. Then you can choose custom and you can do 1000. From 1001, all the IDs will be continued one after another. Let me choose from one option as of now. It is generating sequence of values one after another. If I choose custom, Here it is asking for starting value. I want 1001 as starting number. From 1001 ID values or index values should start. And with the increment of, if you choose increment of 2, data will be given one after another. 1001 and 1003. 2 will be 1002 will be skipped because you are taking increment as will skip the next value and it will give only alternate. If you give increment as 5, 1001, 1006, like that, it will increase by 5 numbers. Here I am choosing increment as 1 from 1000. If you see, it returned me the index from 1001 to all the values. It is increasing one value one by one. These are the transformations that we have available in add column tab. Also, we have AI insights that we also have in home tab. In home tab, we discussed about some AI insights. The same AI insights here also we have in add column. After that, we have the next tab, which is called as view tab. This view tab is used to hide or unhide the functionality which are available or displayed in PowerPoint. For suppose here we are able to see formula bar where M language is being displayed for us based on each step. Here for each applied step, some M language will be there. That M language query will be displayed in formula bar. If you want to alter that, we can alter that M language query here also. But if I want to remove this particular formula bar, if I don't want M language to be displayed here, I can turn off formula bar from view tab. I can just turn off. If I check in, formula bar will be turned off. This is how if you want to hide or unhide any features that are available in Power Query, then we will use formula. Also query settings. Here I have query settings page. If I want to turn it off, if I click off, like query settings will be turned off. Again, if I turn off, query settings will be turned. Similarly, for any specified table, if you want to navigate to M language or advanced editor, from view tab also you can click on advanced editor and you will be able to see complete M query of that specified table of all the transformations which are applying on that specific table. Also, we will have like lot of tables from multiple sources in Power Query. If we want to see what is the source of each and every table one after another, like this particular table is from this particular source, this particular table is derived from this particular table. If you want to see the roots of that particular table, where it is coming from, where it is derived from completely, then if you click on query dependencies, it will display all the tables from source where they are coming from. You can see from this particular source, we are getting all these tables. There is a function called investment, which is applied on orders table. From orders table and returns table, by merging them, I loaded one more table called merge table. This is how it will give the complete tree of that particular table, where it is coming from, what are the functions applied on it. If we create any additional table based on one table, from which table it is derived from. Complete tree map it will give from each and every source. Even if you have 10 different sources, it will give complete tree view of all the 10 different sources. After that, we have few options here in data preview. Let us see what they are. First two options are monospace and show white spaces. If we check in these particular options, you can see the text display got changed. Here, if I turn off this particular option, see text is getting displayed in a different way. If I check in this monospace, text is displayed in a different. Similarly, show white spaces also. If I turn off it, text will be displayed in a different way. If I turn on, text will be displayed in a different. These monospace and show white spaces are used to check how the text is being displayed. If you want to display the text in this particular format, we can display. Or else, if we turn off monospace and show white spaces, text will be displayed in a different format. By default, show white space will be turned on first. After that, we have column quality, which will return the statistics of each and every column, which will give how many valid values are there, how many errors are there in that particular column, how many empty cells are there. If you have 100% data as valid or 100% data as correct data type, and every value in the particular column is correct, then it will give 100% value. If there are any errors, it will give that 60% valid, and if there are 40% errors, it will return 40% errors. Even if there are any empty value, it will just return the percentage of empty value that are present in that specified column. If I just click on column quality, you can see valid is 100 for all the columns. Valid is 100. There are any error and empty, it will show the percentage of errors, percentage of empty values. As of now, for all the columns, data is valid. Similarly, we have some other functionality called column distribution. This particular column distribution will give how many distinct values are there and how many unique values are. This column distribution will give how many distinct values are there and how many unique values are. Distinct values is nothing but of like if you just use distinct function, you will get list of all the unique values, which is nothing but of distinct. But here it is showing me unique as separately, distinct and unique as separately. Let me take an Excel sheet and let me try to help you understand what is the difference between this distinct and unique. For example, in a column, I have values called here I have double one, double two, three, double four, five, six, seven. These are the values I have. When you do distinct, it will return all the values by removing the duplicates. It will just return 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. When it comes to unique, it will return here in Power Query. Unique means it will show only the values which don't have duplicates. For example, 1 have duplicate value, 2 have duplicate value, 3 doesn't have any. It will return 3. 4 have duplicate. After that, 5, 6, 7 doesn't have duplicate. 3, 5, 6, 7 are unique values, which doesn't have any duplicates. When it comes to distinct, it will give all the values by removing the duplicates. It will give all the list of values by removing them. I hope you understood the difference between unique and distinct. This is distinct. It will returns only the values which are not duplicate. When it comes to distinct, it will return all the values by removing the duplicates. It will return the distinct of. This is the difference between distinct and unique. When you check in the column distribution, it will give how many distinct values are there in that specified column and give how many unique values are there. For example, if I choose order ID, there are 479 distinct values, and only out of those 479, like out of all the records, 226 are unique, which means these 226 values appeared only one time. They didn't have any duplicates. When it comes to 490, 479, they are distinct values, which means they can have duplicates also, but they are displayed only once. There are 479 distinct values, but out of them, only 226 values are appeared only once. They don't have any duplicates. Remaining values might have duplicates. After that, we have column profile, which will give complete statistics of any selected column, a count of rows, whether there is any error, empty, distinct values, unique values. After that, zeros, minimum, maximum, average, standard deviation, how many even values are there, how many odd values are there. If you want complete statistics of that particular column, then we will choose column profile. After that, we have one more feature called go to column. If I click on go to column, it will give the list of columns which are present in the particular table. If I choose any column and click on OK, Power Query will automatically navigate to that specified column. If you have huge number of columns and facing any difficulty to find one particular column, you can click on go to column and choose that particular column and click on OK. Power Query will navigate to the specified column. After that, we have parameters option. If you want to allow parameters, then we will click on always, or else we will disable them. This will work only at column level. If you want to allow parameters at column level, then we will use this particular option. These are the transformations. Mostly in view tab, we will not have any transformations. We will have only information related. Like we will have hide and unhide options. We will have advanced editor. We will have query dependencies. These are the things we will have in view tab. We have two more tabs left there, tools and help tabs. Let us take a look on these particular tabs. Let me explain help tab very quickly. This help tab will consist of like all the documents which are related to Power Query and also the version of this particular Power BI. If you click on About in Help tab, it is showing the version of your Power BI. Like it is April 2025 version. Every month Power BI will be updated. It will show the version of your application. Like based on the installation of your application, it will show the version of your app. Also, you will have a lot of learning documents, training videos, support related thing. Even if you want to refer or if you want to write any blogs, you will have blogs option. If you want to get access to community, Power BI community will be there. By clicking on this, you will get some idea about Power BI community where multiple people or multiple developers will post their views and their experiences with Power BI. Also, we will have Power BI for developers. Like if you want to modify something in Power BI application, we will choose this particular thing. If you want any Power BI sample reports, here we will have in samples. Also, if you want any to access any galleries like reference reports, like if you want to prepare a report in the same way, and if you want to access any gallery which are available in Power BI community, then you can go to community galleries. If you want to submit any idea to Power BI, like for example, you did some transformations, but there is some feature which is lacking in Power. You find that if Power BI people add this particular feature, it will be more useful for everyone. Then you can submit that particular idea. If you send the idea, Power BI developers, like not Power BI tool users, the people who are developing Power BI application, they will check that particular idea if it is valid and if it is useful for more number of people. Definitely, they they will add that particular feature. After that, we have tools tab. We will discuss about this particular thing. Okay, in Power Query, the last tab that we want to discuss is tools. We discussed about Home tab, Transform tab, Add column, View, and Help tabs. The last thing we have is tools. In this particular Tools tab, we will have information about performance analysis. Here we can diagnose the performance of the transformations that we are doing. Like if we do some transformations, how much time it is doing to apply those particular transformations. For example, I have list of all the tables. Here we can do transformation based on a single step also, but mostly for one particular step, we will not consider it as a complete diagnosis because total data set or total tables performance will be evaluated. If we want to diagnose the transformations or if we want to diagnose the performance of data set, we have to click on start diagnostics. After clicking on that, restrict that particular option and go to home tab and click on refresh all. If you click on refresh all the tables that you have in the data set, like in entire Power Query, whatever the tables you have. Here I have 25 queries completely. All these 25 queries will be refreshed. After the completion of refresh, just click on stop diagnosis. Start diagnosis. After we have to refresh all the table and stop diagnosis. If we do this particular thing, see, it created one particular folder, and in that particular folders we have few tables. If you see, it will give all the storage, like how many bytes it took. It will give like how much time it took. Like here, if you see exclusive duration, how much percentage of duration and how much duration each step took. If you see for each step and for each evaluation, for each table, whatever the table it might be, whatever the operation we are doing, if we are doing some operation about that particular operation, and what is the start time, exact start time of that particular operation, what is the end time, what is the duration taken to perform that particular operation. Everything it will give in detail. We will use this particular diagnosis whenever we have huge volume of data and we have done lot of transformations and we have to analyze the performance of our transformations. Then we can diagnose the performance and evaluate the time which is consuming to execute each and every step in Power Query by using this diagnostics, by using this tools option. Here we have some diagnostic options. If we want to turn off something or if we want to turn on something, if we want to disable performance counter, if we want to disable data privacy partitions, if we want to do some disabling and enabling, then we will use this particular diagnostic options. These are the things completely we have in Power Query. We have some transformations in Home tab. After that, we have some transformations in Transform tab, which will just complete the transformation on the same column and reflect the result on the same column. When it comes to Add column tab, it will add an additional column and gives the results in that additional column. When it comes to View tab, here we can control some functionalities, like we can, if you want to disable and if you want to enable, then we can do that particular things. When it comes to Tools tab, here we have performance analyzers to diagnose the performance of the transformations. And at last, we have Help tab, which have all the documents and guides related to Power Query. Or if you want to submit any idea that you have for the Microsoft people, you can submit them from here. These are the things we have in Power Query. After doing all the transformations, if we click on Close and Apply, now the data will be loaded and data will be stored in Power Pivot. That particular data will be stored in all these tables will come into Power Pivot. And if you can observe, some of the relationships are auto detected. I didn't created any relationships. Some of the relationships are auto detected. And this Power Pivot is a in-memory database system. In Power Pivot, Power BI is going to store the complete data.